Yo, 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 yo. What up, guys? Oops. There we go. Welcome to another stream. As you can see, we got a certain talkative try up here. This is our first stream. We're coming back to PoE2. I don't think I'm actually going to play PoE2 today, but I actually wanted your guys' help a little bit on this stream. Some feedback. I decided I want to make a video revisiting the visual clarity thing. I think a lot of people are antagonizing that issue with without looking at it at its core, like what the core issues are. Dav Des with a 5-month sub straight. Hey, thanks for that. Sorry, I don't have the notifications on desktop mode, but I see you there. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how long or produced the video I want to make is, but that's the goal today, is to better understand this topic of visual clarity, because this seems to be, for a lot of players, the #1 issue in PoE2 right now. I mean, for some players, it's like the end game, state of the end game. For some players prior to 0.3, it was the state of crafting. But I think a lot of players after 0.3, if they're not super upset about the end game, it's actually issues of not really build balance, but just clarity on the whole, and like one-shotting enemies without even being able to tell what's going on, one-shotting bosses without even knowing what's going on. And yeah, we got a 22-minute video here, which was a big collab with different content creators giving their opinions on whatever the game needs. And you'll see this topic of visual clarity come up time and time and time again. So yeah, let's take a listen. I've kind of listened to this, but I haven't really listened while focusing on it too much, so it's sort of a first time listen for me. Let's hear what everybody has to say.
Anticipated patch of Path of Exile 2 so far, already 1 whole year into early access. 0.4, the last of the druids, is confirmed to bring the druid class numerous new skills and a substantial update to endgame. Aside from those elements, nothing is confirmed, but much is speculated to be included in this approaching PoE2 patch. And of course, as the developers at Grinding Gear Games are always eager for constructive feedback, I figured I'd reach out to a sizable swath of creators to gather what they think PoE2 needs right now. I also posed this question to the Talkative Tri community. I also posed this swath of creators to gather what they think PoE2 needs right now. I also posed this question to the Talkative Tri community. Their answers to it will be interspersed throughout this video. We're about to begin with Darth Microtransactions thoughts, but remember, take a moment to hit like, write a comment, subscribe to the channel, and turn the bell notifications on. This helps.
So yeah, you guys just feel free to use the comments. I might pause and see what you're saying. Might give my thoughts on it in real time.
Tremendously, and lets me know to continue crafting content just like this. Okay, off to DM.
Pretty simple answer for 0.4. I very much hope that the quantity of time of preparing the map is reduced. Currently, you have to get a map, juice it up, add the delirious modifiers on it. Don't forget, you gotta add the vertebrae, go watch the guy, hop into the thing, and take a little jacuzzi real quick. Pick one of the 3 things, take it back, grab the tablet.
Presumably, Abyss crafting maps won't be mainstream this time, since it's not the main league mechanic. It might be what you do at the absolute highest end, but it's probably not going to be a sort of nearly as default as it was in this last league. But the Delirium Anoints thing is kind of time-consuming and annoying.
insert the tablets with the map on the spot that you want to do. It's just quite a bit of setup. So for me personally, 0.4, since it is in-game focused, I really hope that they are looking at ways to make the actual setting up and preparing of the maps a little bit more streamlined.
Now let's hear some thoughts from the creator of Filter Blade, the loot filter you probably use in Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2.
I think some of the most enticing and coolest thing to do in ARPGs is take down interesting bosses and get really cool and interesting loot and uniques from them. Unfortunately, this is something where PoE2 is coming quite a bit short. The interesting bosses like Kulemark, Xesht, Olros, the Arbiter, most of these are not very challenging, they don't drop very interesting or usable uniques. In general, I think in PoE2 uniques need to go an extra step and become a lot more better, because right now, while the crafting game is becoming better and better, uniques overall are not very interesting and not very enticing. I would like to see that improved a lot.
And now, some words from my friend Drew.
I've heard some people complain about uniques in PoE2 being a bit too like the. It's like they'll have an interesting special mod, but they're just absolutely terrible. Other than their special mod, I think there's some truth to that. I know GG really wants to stay away from uniques ever just being better than rares, except like a perfectly crafted rare. So I've never really felt. I felt like in that context with that sort of framework mindset on how to approach different categories of gear and what they're designed for. I'm somebody who favors uniques very heavily in PoE1 or PoE2. In PoE2, I really liked, like for example, the combination of Call of the Brotherhood and Wake of Destruction boots for Twister. Makes all your lightning twisters, you go lightning themed with the shocked ground, and make all your twisters actually do cold damage to make it much safer while still being able to shock enemies through shocked ground, even though you're not doing any lightning damage. To me, those are the sort of things that really make me love the game. Like just having a couple of uniques create a really interesting combination with specific skills and gameplay style. And that's just a two unique combo that works really well. And yet it's not obvious that those two uniques pair together. There are some situations where you have like, oh yeah, obviously these two uniques must pair together for some reason, but like especially when you're talking about like in PoE1 max power charge stuff, you know, all the power charge uniques coming together. Yeah, so I've never really held a strong opinion about uniques being in a bad state. It would be nice just if we had more and more, but I just see it as a thing where the quality of uniques will probably go up over time. The quality of rares will go up over time in terms of how we can craft them and stuff. And we'll get more and more uniques over time. I just feel like it's a natural byproduct of a brand new game having lower tier loot and less of it. And I just figured it's best to revel in that. Appreciate the more stripped down version of Path of Exile, because it won't last long. You know how the power creep in this game works. Just look at the difference between 0.2 and 0.3. I don't really see it being a major problem. Assuming that they keep introducing more uniques. Maybe Neversink was trying to really hammer home the idea that the bosses are too easy and their loot is trash. So he would just like them to be harder and the loot to be better. I mean, I'm fine with that. That comment seems fine. Ubishubab, loving the streams. Your PC is out of commission right now, I take it. Can't play. Well, I mean, can't play PoE2 in the new league anyway. Waiting a couple weeks for that. Some of the most powerful uniques we use today in PoE1 in the grand scheme of things are relatively new. Yeah, I mean, there's some uniques in PoE2 that are huge standouts, like Constricting Command, which is useless unless you are diving into that. But if you dive into it, you're going to dive head first into it. Like, you're going to take all the advantage that you possibly can out of it, using the right support gem and all that. And the build Twister, again, Whirling Slash took an unusual advantage of that, because normally you can't run a high mana cost version of that, because you just ruin your mana, and therefore can't really do damage with Whirling Slash in a major way, except with that helmet, and that was really what set me off to doing it. It was a huge opportunity cost because I lost a ton of survivability by electing to go that helmet.
Dream Core.
Path of Exile 2's 0.4 update must include the Trial of the Ancestors, introduced as the third Ascension Trial. And of course, it was meant to be there in patch 0.3, but it wasn't. They didn't have time for it, so it has to be there in 0.4. And one of the things that this mechanic could include and introduce to Path of Exile 2 is tattoos, something that could spice up the passive tree.
As usual, Dream Core is right on the money with that.
I agree in the context of if it's supposing to be there, like it was supposed to be there last time, or we thought it would be there. I don't know why he's like demanding that specifically, but okay, sure. I probably will skip it because I don't like that type of mechanic. But anyway, yeah, tattoos would be fun to get those back in.
Analysis. Now we're shifting over to the Diablo 2 vet. Off meta Michael.
Hey guys, off meta Michael here. I think GGG needs to focus on keeping
Oh, my arch nemesis.
the game readable and clean. Get rid of the ground effects, a lot of them. Replace it with interesting ways to kill us with monster attacks. Also, the speed of characters using attacks or movement speed is so outrageously high compared to some other builds, it feels like you shouldn't play anything else. Everyone played Deadeye, nobody wants to be left behind. Speed is king all the time. So figure out what the top end of speed is, bring it down, keep the game readable and clean.
I do think that's what
Sorry, I might have had echo there. Yeah. So that was off meta Michael, who reacted to my insanely juiced map, critiquing the speed and power and lag-inducing gameplay that it created, the unreadability of the combat. You were basically looking at a god that stopped time and space at that point, where I wasn't really in any danger or anything, but I couldn't even move hardly and do combat because it was crazy. So a lot of people have that opinion, though. I want to listen to it again. I'm actually going to comment on every little part that he says here.
on the money with that analysis. Now we're shifting over to the Diablo 2 vet. Off meta Michael.
Hey guys, off meta Michael here. I think GGG needs to focus on keeping the game readable and clean. Get rid of the ground effects.
All right, readable and clean, from my understanding, what he means is that you're able to actually see what's going on. Like, you're able to see the monster's abilities, you're able to detect telegraphed attacks, things like that.
A lot of them. Replace it with interesting ways to kill us with monster attacks. Also, the speed of characters using attacks or movement speed is so...
Okay, by attacks, he's referring specifically to the Whirling Slash or Tempest Flurry builds, where he made a reaction video to my build.
So outrageously high compared to some other builds, it feels like you shouldn't play anything else. Everyone played...
This is a comment that he said a lot of people have. You feel stupid for not playing anything else. I feel like that doesn't actually apply to all players. It kind of does to players who who play the game a lot and want to play it at the highest level. If you're playing a build that you think is good, and then you see one that's like categorically better or stronger, if you're somebody who strives to play the best of the best builds just at any given time, then yeah, you're gonna want to. You might feel a little bit. You might lament the fact that you didn't play that build instead, and it might even spur you into action to switch over to build. I don't see that as inherently a bad thing. There's always going to be some build that outperforms any other build. And I think it's one of the best aspects of ARPGs in general, that you don't really know what that is until it's too late. And that's why the decision to choose what build you want to play is such a huge decision. You shouldn't feel bad about it. You should weigh in all the pros and cons, everything, take in all the information you know ahead of time, and then commit to it. Only people who are willing to test things on the go and take high risks will actually reach the stars of a build. I happen to the lightning in a bottle build, right? I happen to score that in 0.3. It doesn't happen every league. I don't think it's ever happened to me in PoE1 to the extent that it happened in PoE2 in 0.3 for me. It was just far and away like the most outrageously strong build, fastest build that I'd seen in all the game. I'd looked a lot at it, and there were some things that were out there, like obviously like Lightning Arrow was baseline on Aroa. I know King Congo had a pretty impressive slam build. There were some Lightning Warp style builds that there was even like a Temporalis build that was insanely expensive but didn't really even look that much better, and it was like multiple mirrors investment. Yeah, and I didn't feel like so. Yeah, so I mean there were some that were at least somewhat comparable on any budget, but yeah, I was really happy with what happened. And there's no doubt in my mind that I just didn't even see. I perhaps didn't even see a build that was even stronger than the one I made. Just because who would have been able to anticipate that? Yeah.
Deadeye. Nobody wants to be left behind. Speed is king all the time.
All right, this infatuation with Deadeye is really just a product of a brain rot mindset. I think that people just get in their idea because whatever build is most popular must be the strongest, and therefore more people play it, which makes it more popular, which makes it seem like it's even stronger because it's even more popular. A build that has like 30%, an ascendancy that has 20% representation as, a perception of X amount of power. If it has 30%, it has even more power. If it's 40%, it must be even better. It's not even necessarily true. I've talked about this time and time again. Builds, the meta isn't really... The meta has a lot more to do with builds that are just popularized by popular streamers than they are legitimately best case builds or whatever. Obviously, the build has to be good as a baseline, but when you see when you see the ascendancy going out of control, as far as ascendancy representation balance, to me that's at least 80% popularity, 20% legitimacy, in terms of like, oh, this ascendancy is legitimately way better than every other ascendancy. To me, at most, I attribute like 20% to it actually being strong. That's strong.
Time. So figure out what the top end of speed is, bring it down, keep the game readable and clean.
I do think that's what I want most. More visual clarity. Now you might notice compared to the last video for 0.2, I'm yapping a lot less in between the people and their feedback. Let me know in the comments below, do you like just seeing the rapid succession of everybody giving what they think Path of Exile 2 needs? Or do you prefer a little bit of extra input from me? I am reading everything. Okay, Miso, take it away.
What Path of Exile 2 needs in patch 0.4 is very simple. A change to how rarity works on gear. Whether it be completely removing it from gear or making it so that rarity does not affect currency drops, we just need a huge overhaul to how rarity interacts with the way that we play the game, because I am completely sick and tired of having to make characters and putting 150% rarity on every single character before.
This argument, I just can't help but feel like it's a slippery slope. First they came for quantity, and it didn't speak up. Then they come for rarity, and they still don't speak up. What are they going to come for next?
I can worry about anything else, because it is an absolute night and day difference between a character with 150% rarity and one that even has only 100 rarity or less than that. Let's not even talk about 0 rarity, right? We need to either do 150% positive rarity or go negative rarity. Anybody without rarity is just losing out completely, and I am sick and tired of that, and I want to see that change.
I just knew someone would bring up rarity. All right, we have the first bit of input from the Talkative Tribe community. Sir Edward V says the number one thing Path of Exile 2 needs right now is performance fixes. Dude is 100% right. Whether it's for PC, PS5, Xbox, end game, middle game, even sometimes in the early game, we need better performance for this game. My PC is a beast and it goes off.
Yeah, I ran a build with like 120 to 130% rarity after it was already determined that 150 was like the super magical soft point, I didn't have a huge amount of FOMO and like completely undo my entire build just to get an extra 25% rarity. Eventually I reached it, but I was patient about it. I mean, as somebody who's very keen on min-maxing, magic finding, even I wasn't like tripping out about it. No.
To the races every time I open any map. And even if I'm using a build with some semblance of clear, I hear the fans just start whirring like no tomorrow. Are you guys ready for an AWU? Turn your volume down. It's Jazzerist time.
The number one thing that the game needs, in my opinion, is something that can come naturally as they develop more the game, but it needs the correct approach to reach the level that we need it to be in, which is end game content, because it is not only quantity of content, but it is also the way they approach the content. What do I mean? Right now, the Atlas tree in Path of Exile 2 sucks, and you could say they are going to rework all of these things for 0.4, or that is what we think. Well, then this is the moment to talk about it, so they take this feedback into consideration for 0.4. The Atlas 3 in Path of Exile 1 is vastly superior to Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, your Waystone and your tablets matter much more than your Atlas 3, and you don't feel that you have this control over the activities that you can do like you have in Path of Exile 1. I am not even talking about the amount of activities, because I know that the content will come naturally. I am talking how you approach the content. I want to be able to focus on the activities that I want, like you can do in the Atlas 3 in PoE1. Also, GGG, please delete the well. I don't want to be clicking on the well, dude.
Yeah. All right, my.
Okay. Oh my god, the well. They're living rent free in Balor Mage's mind, I wonder. Yeah, the Atlas not being strong enough? I don't know. I haven't really given it much thought about like the Atlas being too weak or whatever. It is kind of interesting as like a miniature Atlas. I do kind of like the PoE1 Atlas a little more, even though it's without it being split. I understand like for newer players it's easier to like rack your head around it, and it makes more sense in context of like, oh, you did some breach content, here's some breach Atlas points, but you don't get Atlas points for anything else for doing breach related content, and so you can like hyper specialize in that. But it's kind of weird to me how like in PoE1 it's all just slammed there together, and then in PoE2 it's like segregated, different trees, like Delirium tree, the Expedition tree, etc. But again, I just kind of take it on faith that that's better because it's better for newer players.
Man, Gazzy, what does 0.4 need? I swear if he makes a joke about my wife again.
Talking to Troy recently asked me what kind of changes do I think PoE2 needs for 0.4, and my personal opinion is very simple and straightforward. I think that one of the major changes is obviously taking aside the topic of character balance and whatnot. I mean, so we don't have yet another Deadeye League, is actually more about inflation and the rampant devaluation of Exalt. I think that having a proper Divine Orb sync is very, very much needed in Path of Exile 2. I think that the inflation right now and the fact that the Divine Orbs are only a carry trade power is a major issue, especially for casual players. This has been an ongoing topic for a long time in the community, and my opinion is that generating some sort of sync for Divine Orbs would be a solution. In PoE1, we have the solution of Divine Orb sync through a benchcraft mechanic through the form of metacrafts, which doesn't exist in PoE2. Instead, we have omens, which are completely player controlled, whether or not the prices on those are going to be for Divine Orbs or more. And I think that's a big issue, and that's my personal take on what PoE2 needs for 0.4 outside of character balance.
I love Gazzy looking out for the casual player like me. Now let's listen to my Mobalytics bro.
I didn't think it was Divine Orbs that had the issue. I thought it was Exalted Orbs. Exalted Orbs aren't a big enough sync. Like, they're a good sync in the first few days of the league, but like then they become worthless. The reason Exalted Orbs aren't a good sync is because your loot is just trash, basically, after it's a combination of them dropping too often, and your loot is just garbage. Like, it's never worth Exalt slamming anything after, like, reaching the late end game. I would never, ever Exalt slam anything, except for, except for like maps. I guess maps is about the only thing. So maps create a decent Exalt sync, but I don't know. Does Exalted Orb need a change? Yeah, with our eyes closed. Yeah. I liked how annulment orbs feel like they're really valuable in PoE2. That's kind of cool. That's because we don't have scouring orbs. So I actually really like what they've done by removing scourings and making annults really potent. I don't know. Chaos orbs feel like they're in a really good spot based on the meta and how they're used. Bad take. What, you don't like the scout? Oh, no. I definitely like how they're consolidating things, like how divine orbs replaced blessing orbs through omens. How annulment orbs basically replaced scouring orbs. And then that enables bases to be stronger with the perfect exalt augmentations and things like that. But to be fair, I don't really like the whole greater imperfect system. That's actually one of the reasons why Exalted Orbs are worth trash now. Because I kind of like it, I kind of like it because it helps create a sort of linear... You feel like once you reach a point where you're no longer using regular exalts, you're only using graders, you've reached a new progression point. And then you get to a point where you're basically no longer using graders, you're only using perfects, and you've reached yet another progression point. There's something cool about that, but it's really like, I don't know. I feel like if they want to go that route, they should go deeper into it. Not just like three segments being like humongous differences in there. There's like an enormous difference in the drop rates of them, and there's an enormous difference in the power threshold of them through the item levels. Talking normal, greater, perfect currencies. I definitely don't like where it's balanced right now. I feel like you need to shake something up with it. I appreciate the experimentation though.
Oh, local hole.
Okay, try.
Okay, local hole.
I'm gonna try to do this as quickly as possible, but doing this in 30 seconds is like impossible.
That's all right, man. It's quick enough for me.
But all right, here goes. So what I think we need in 0.4
What was that?
is a redistribution of power.
Yeah.
More power from supports.
Okay.
The passive tree, the ascendancy.
I'll stop now.
Create a more deterministic progression for characters.
Rangitive trial here. Oh my god.
Characters that is less reliant on weapons, especially, and items, which is reliant on luck of drops and using the most overpowered skills. I'd also like a rebalance of many of the skills and uniques in the game, and then for the end game, a way to theory craft atlas strategies and then execute on them and then iterate on them. Probably means a reworked atlas tree as well. And then the last thing is aspirational endgame content to give you a reason to push your character to those top levels. Currently, I feel like
this guy's lasting way longer than 30 seconds.
I mean, on a
What the heck, dude? Why does he say these things? All right. Asper, I'm trying to actually take what Local is saying seriously. Talkative tried undercut him hard on this with the comedy skit, I guess. I can barely even pay attention to what he's saying. All right, aspirational content. So I don't know if this is a rub on the bosses being too easy and they just get one-shottable, or what. I don't know. Maybe it must be the min-max, or am in me, but I never really reach a point where I feel like it's pointless to push a character further. I mean, I think I scored extremely high marks in 0.3 with character progression, all the videos I came out with, new iterations of the build. There's like 5 different variations of it that all happened in real time, which were like couldn't be prepared for too much. I had some understanding of the skill Twister, obviously, from 0.2, but with the new, with using like constricting command variant, first there was like Ghost Dance, Energy Shield variant, then there was like constricting command, then there was the coming Calamity variant, which was, and they kept getting squishier and squishier, but like more insane too at the same time in terms of like AoE kill capacity and all that. And I always felt like going more and more and more was fun. It was just fun to do. I think because of how, especially because of how Breach works, you never really reach a point. Like if you, nobody has a character that can clear 100% of a breach every single time on any layout possible. There's no such thing as a character that can do that. So there's always a reason to push your character further for that reason alone. Like you can always be faster with higher kill capacity, have more proliferation, explode, that sort of thing. I kind of understand this argument with the bossing though, I guess. Because I was kind of surprised when my character just like deleted Uber Boss.
A lot of skills, you're really just steamrolling a lot of stuff. So
let me see what I think casual average players don't see a wall after a certain point. They feel like they're done. Like pushing a character into farming. Casual average don't see the wall. What do you mean by the wall? Don't you mean the opposite? They do see a wall and they feel like they're done because they see a wall? But you're saying they don't see a wall. Uber bosses need better drops too. Are the boss uniques way worse in PoE2 than in PoE1? Also, maybe make them drop perfect currencies. Yeah.
So have those like tier 17 map type things that really push your character and give you that incentive to go.
Wait, you make it push 4 tier 17 maps?
All the way and min-max your character. That's it. That was a minute. Sorry. I tried my best. Cut what you need. Try. But there you go.
Ex-Alcohol, we're going from one yapper to another. Take it away, Palsteron.
If there was one thing I'd like to change, it would be layouts and how they do layouts in general. When they recently removed rare icons, it was
I should have known he was going to say this.
Fascinating to see, because we had the same thing in PoE1. In Affliction, they had a subclass, like a sub-ascendancy, that gave you rare icons on the minimap, and people liked it, but when it got removed next patch, nobody cared. So why is that not the same in PoE2 when they did it recently and they removed it? I think it's because the rare icons are not about the loot or anything. Obviously, rare monsters have the most loot, almost all the loot in your map, on top of mechanics. But they also show you how the map is, like, how you can traverse the map. Because if you put the mini-map in the middle of your map, you see...
Something that sort of dawned on me, it's going to be a topic of discussion later in the stream, about performance lag issues, readability and stuff. You know, the maps, the only maps that I lagged really bad on in PoE2 were the best maps. The ones that allowed the highest number of monsters to spawn in the smallest areas. Confluence, especially, that map. If I went on a map like Abyss and juiced it like insane, it would never lag because you can't, there's actually not that many things rendering within a 5-screen distance because there's a ton of dead space on the map because it's like a small tight corridor, a lot of dead space, black space, areas you can't traverse, and you're only kind of winding through the path or whatever. So it's kind of interesting how players, I don't think GGG really talks about this much, but like one of their, I bet you a huge incentive for them to not give us really small, convenient maps is because it's way harder on the server to have to constantly render that many things in a open space. Well, it's a lot easier for the performance of the server, the maps, the players, the clients, everything when the map sucks, because you can only squeeze so many monsters, so many effects in an area that has a ton of dead space. So that's really tough to like reconcile. Like how would you, as a developer, you want to make the game as lag free as possible. You want to increase the performance as much as possible. But you also want to give players what they want, which is like better map layouts, which are going to jeopardize the performance at the same time.
See exactly where the rares are aligned, you kind of know how it looks. And now we're kind of back in the fog of war again, so to say. And there's good examples of how they do layouts. For example, Augury, which people used to hate in Season 1, but has now become into one of the more structured maps. And you kind of know, okay, there's going to be a stone here, stone there, and the boss is always in the middle. And there's a few RNG layers, but not that much on top. And if they can do that with most maps, then I think that's a win-win for everybody. On top of that, if they want to have huge, epic outdoor layouts, they should maybe put in some landmarks where it's like, oh, this is on this side, so I'll probably have to go to the boss here. Like just stuff that's like knowledge-based. If you've done the map 5 to 10 times, you kind of know what's going on. And even though this has gotten better, I would love for them to do like a complete pass over all of the layouts. I know they've reduce the size of some of them, but I would like for them to just streamline it in general.
Solid takes as usual from Pal. We're going back to the Talkative Tri community now. We have someone saying, Zubai 4, fix the left side of the skill tree. That's what we want. That's what we need. Well, luckily for this guy and everybody who commented.
All right, well, what does somebody mean when they say fix the left side of the skill tree? Maybe you guys can tell me, as somebody who'd never... I'm not a tourist of the left side of the skill tree, I admit, but I'm actually planning to play it. So I did Theorycraft a Titan Twister build.
In support, we're getting the Druid with this patch, so that means at least the left side, the top left, is going.
They added a bunch of percent live notables in 0.3, did they not? Like there's way more than before.
Going to see some love. I can't promise that the rest of the left side isn't going to see love. I would love to see some of the drawbacks taken away on the existing two-hand.
When they added a bunch of new notables, the left side got the most love. The right side had like garbage. Like I remember specifically the monk section, the far right, got almost nothing new. The top right especially, like the far, like the monk starting zone was like had like nothing new added to it. I guess it was fine because maybe it was the best starting zone already. I don't know. But the Deadeye did get some. The Deadeye like down and right, and especially straight down, did get a lot of new stuff. Many nodes with downsides on the left side. There are downsides on the right side too, though. Almost half the left side is stun related. Oh. I mean, it's true. I don't take stun stuff deliberately because, in order to like. There are situations with the Titan Twister build that I'm working on. There are situations where I take stun nodes, but only because it's like passing through, or there's something else about it too. It's mostly for two-handed weapons. I did notice a shortage of one-handed weapon stuff there when I was looking. Yeah. The fact that most of the two-handed weapon stuff there makes sense, though. Almost all nodes for two-handed weapons get downsides. Maybe I'll need to look at the tree again. I don't remember too much stuff. A lot of life regen stuff. Yeah, regen's pretty bad. Or at least the build that I would think about doing.
Weapon skills, some of the other warrior or mace focused passive skills on the tree. I just really hope that Druid comes in decently balanced and it gives some more power to the left hand side of the tree and opens up a ton of new build possibilities. And who knows, maybe the people high on copium, in my opinion, are right. And we're getting the Templar as well. All the power to the left side of the tree. This next guy probably spun a wheel to give his piece of feedback to Grinding Gear Games.
Hey guys, so there are only 4 things I can really think of that I want in PoE2 right now, and they're things that I actually expect I will get. So, Number one would be new weapons and skills, ideally swords. I'm really excited for swords. I can't believe we're almost a year into the release and there are no swords in Path of Exile 2. That's insane. Secondly would be ascendancy classes. I mean, those come with new classes, so I think we'll be getting that. Third would be more.
We need the third Ranger Ascendancy, guys. We need the Warden. That's what I need in my life. I need Oath of Winter in PoE2.
More exciting uniques. Now, I know we'll be getting new uniques. I just hope that they are exciting. And then the last thing, which is like such a small thing, but it's important to me, is can we get more uncut skill gem drops during the campaign again? I don't know what happened.
Actually, that's based. Yeah, that's so stupid how you specifically get certain uncut skill gems in like Act 1 and a bit in Act 2, and then you get like none in Act 3. And it's not until like the end of Act 4 that you start getting them again. It's absolutely stupid.
But they seem to have disappeared for me.
Okay, I guess he spun the wheel 4 separate times. Now on to one of the mods of the Talkative Tri community, Omega Cybers.
To answer the video's question, I think the most necessary addition to PoE2 in 0.4 would be skills to round out existing archetypes, like cold and lightning attacks for maces, or a movement skill option for crossbows.
Thank you for following my directions to the... Look at that. Someone following my directions to a T. Let's go. All right, looks like we got another serial yapper here. It's time for
to PoE2.
Get more on
4 separate.
To answer the video's question, I think the most necessary addition to PoE2 in 0.4 would be skills to round out existing archetypes, like cold and lightning attacks for maces, or a movement skill option for crossbows.
Thank you for following.
I guess. I don't know, I didn't really feel like there's a terrible shortage of some skills to round out the archetypes. Like he wants more skills like Lightning Arrow, more skills like I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that one.
My directions to the... Look at that. Someone following my...
It's me, the guy in the hat. That guy, if you will. Tri has once again asked for my humble opinion on what I think is needed going into 0.4, other than, of course, the Druid, which we know we need. Now, I think 0.3 made some great strides in making the Atlas a lot better. Towers being gone. Yay! Woo! However, with one hand they gave, and on the other hand they took away. Why did the tier 4 bosses go? Why do bosses now have 14 million health instead of 32 million? Why was the new boss that was added in with just like basically a tier of health that has like 2 million health? We need some top end challenges, like for these fantastic builds that we can now make. Otherwise, everyone's just going to keep speccing into movement speed. Like, you need the balance. You need that top end back.
This next one is special.
Where's that point again? I mean, is it not true that at the very top end you're always going to spec movement speed, presuming that the game is good and that there is an ability to scale it seemingly indefinitely? You will eventually reach a point where, even on a mediocre build, the best thing to do is get movement speed. I mean, if you think about, like, if you created your build and your gear in a lab, should you be able to one-shot the highest health boss? I mean, that's a good question. If you could take any build in your mind and just create in a lab in Path of Building the exact gear you wanted, impossibly expensive gear, like dozens of mirrors worth, whatever, doesn't matter, should you be able to just one-tap the boss? To the point where you say, okay, that's not necessary, let me just scale it back and get some more movement speed instead. Because I feel like the answer is probably yes. I don't really care if it's like 20 million, 40 million, 140 million health boss. I just feel like in ARPG genre, yes. I mean, that's the point I'm making, yeah. I feel like other games have a ceiling because they're more casually oriented and they don't want to create the FOMO that is inherent in the community dynamic between like tryhards and casuals. If you have a game where tryhards are able to excel massively because of how much time and effort and currency they pour into a build, and they're able to get real major dividends out of that, you're going to create, you know, terrible FOMO for people who can't put the time in, and they're going to get angry and everything. And that's the high bar that GG sets for themselves in PoE, because it's not D4, it's not whatever, you know. I don't want a game where how should I say this? I don't want a game with a sort of arbitrary ceiling. I don't want a game where I feel like I don't get anything out of making this is a bit of a side point, I guess. It's not exactly what he said, because he wants a game. Farham said he wants a game where we feel incentivized to not spec into speed because we need to keep specking into damage. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeds on that one, but I guess I kind of agree with him that I don't want a game where specking into damage is the wrong decision. But I do want a game where I should feel comfortable sacrificing damage for speed at the top end. Like, I want that to be the a pinnacle, like, investment level into a build. I don't think it requires anywhere near the level of investment to completely trivialize most of the hard content. Like, there's no reason to have a bossing build right now in PoE. To be fair, I don't even know what a bossing build in PoE looks like. I generally speaking never go for that. In PoE 1, the most recent build I made, which Poison is an archetype that tends to be more favorable towards bossing, and the Assassin build I made this time is probably the closest thing to a bosser I've ever made, to be honest. So I don't really have that much experience focusing on bossing. It's just the way I prefer to play.
We have a guest appearance from Lighty. No, not Ben. The better Lighty. Sorry, Ben.
Hey guys, Matt Lighty here, and my buddy Talkative Try asked me what I thought was missing from Path of Exile 2. Now, I know you're looking at Path of Exile 1's launch screen, but I think it's pretty appropriate, because what I think is most wrong and erroneous with the Path of Exile franchise is the microtransactions. Now, you see on screen there is one on the login screen for sale, a sale sign. I think that's just not going to cut it. I mean, PoE2 is going to cost a lot of money. We're talking billions, trillions of dollars, decades of dedication and work.
Oh, no.
So we're going to have to up this to, I think, something more like this to fully represent and get that real estate in advertising, really crank that microtransaction, you know, because only with this amount of funds can we complete and perfect Path of Exile 2.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. Back to the Talkative Try community with an actual constructive piece of feedback for grinding your game, something we've been waiting for a long time. Bruno L. Figueredo says, controller mouse hybrid, allowing us to change easily between both inside the game. Now, this was supposed to come in 0.2, then again in 0.3. It was pushed both times. I'm hoping we get this in 0.4. It would be an amazing quality of life.
I've never played with a controller. I probably never will. I really don't care about this at all.
Even start to use controller for mapping just to give it a go. And then when I want to do inventory management, just hopping on over to my keyboard right here on my PC and see how that feels. Lots of people say it's ridiculously smooth. What's that? I'm getting word that we have a tourism expert about to give his best advice to grind your games for this upcoming patch. Give it to us straight, Cal. No crashing out.
Hey Trey, so I think the most important thing that has to be fixed going into 0.4 is performance and optimization. I think if you were to poll a lot of community members, the main reason they quit was because of crashes. Once they started experimenting with new builds on their second or third characters, they just started running into so many crashes and just like huge lag in maps with Abyss and Delirium. And even in the early weeks, you know, you're seeing streamers with some of the better NPCs, their computers were just constantly shutting off due to just big crashes and spikes.
I guess I'm lucky or whatever. I have like a 6-year-old PC. I don't have it was pretty top end back then, but like I don't have any problems with this. I had very little problem. I had less crashing or performance issues in 0.3 than any other league. I had some pretty big issues in 0.1, but not too bad in 0.2 and even better in 0.3. I don't know why that is. I believe there are a lot of players with a lot of issues in 0.3 because I saw a lot of people like, dude, what's your specs? Dudes, what's your specs? I can't even play, like, you know, I can't even play or whatever. Yeah, people who had like way higher end graphics cards than me were having way worse performance issues than me. So, yeah, I don't know. I did put my settings down to like medium and low for the most part. But, I mean, everybody knows to do that if they're experimenting with solutions, so I don't know.
That is going to be a huge problem in 0.4 if that repeats. I think the longevity of this league has been pretty good, and it would have been so much better without these performance issues. So above all else, I think just they need to...
I mean, I agree with his take. I mean, that's one of the most important things of all, and if it really is a major problem, then it is, and it should be, you know, like, it should be the center focus of solutions.
To really work on the optimization of this game. We cannot have it be so crash heavy.
Solid, and I think quite similar to this guy.
When I hit endgame in Path of Exile 2, things changed. My frames dropped, my game started crashing, and my performance, well, let's just say things weren't working like they used to. But then my doctor told me about Perform Max 0.4. The only patch designed to improve optimization and performance in all the right places for your endgame. With Perform Max 0.4, you'll be able to go deep into those Abyssal Overrun maps without crashing. And yes, it works with breaches as well. So take Perform Max in patch 0.4, because your campaign isn't the only thing that deserves to be optimized.
I think I'm being psyoped right now by Talkative Try Video. I think he's trying to, you know, he's taking the dark horse approach of trying to like revitalize his reputation image. Instead of trying to be less cringe than he is, he's trying to make everyone else appear more cringe than he is. So he becomes less cringe by virtue of everyone else being more cringe. It's like this psyop happening in real time right now.
Side effects may include less sleep, stable frame rates, reduced stuttering, and becoming violently aroused by the word shader cache improvements.
And the award for highest quality submission goes to BlazeWorks TV. All right, time for a new face on the channel. Let's hear from Lex D.
Hey, Try. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank you for including me on this compilation. It's a genuine pleasure.
Oh, don't mention it.
So this first one is a popular one, and for good reason, in my opinion. But if GGG is dead set on having distilled emotions from Delirium stuff be one of the best ways to juice up endgame maps, then they've got to do something about the visuals and the OST, because ironically, seeing the same grayscale and hearing the same music every map is actually driving me insane. I think honestly for some solutions they could choose to maybe play some kind of animation at the start of a distilled map. Maybe see all the fog kind of appear, then like absorb into the ground, and then the map just looks as it should.
Actually, that's a pretty cool idea there, to like keep some of the to help keep the spirit of Delirium, but like just make it go away or dissipate or something, but then you wouldn't know if you're in it or not, I guess. I don't know.
Save for the fractured mirrors that those Delirium monsters spawn from. Or, and I hope GGG hears this because I think it's the more realistic option that I thought of, maybe have the fog appear in patches across the map where those fractured mirrors are that those monsters come from. And when you kill those groups of Delirium monsters, the fog dissipates. And obviously the rest of the map just looks normal as it should, but those patches of fog appear, you know, more frequent enough to let you know that it's a delirious map.
I like that idea too. That's different. Yeah, have patches of fog in certain segments. Like maybe when you spawn the mirror, it covers like 30% of the map in Delirium fog in different patches or whatever. It could be like crazy dense inside those areas when you reach them to help make up for that. I don't know. I actually like both of those ideas.
In my opinion.
Every word in total agree.
That was the best feedback I've heard so far, because it wasn't just, you know, the same tired critique of, oh, I don't like Delirium, I don't like how they need to do something about it. At least the solution he offered was halfway decent.
Statement there, Delirium Fog. I think it needs to go. Returning to the Talkative Tri community, we have DJXD3 Monix. I'd absolutely adore a Templar-shaped present under the tree this year. You're cooked. It's not happening, man. We all know.
Also, a little bit more on the Delirium. I feel like I never really cared that much about the fact that Delirium gets in the way of, I don't know, better being able to see what's going on in the game. Once you do enough Delirium maps, you surrender yourself to the madness, I guess is what I should say. You just stop caring about it, and you no longer see it as like a negative. This is the game. The game is Delirium. I don't really think much about it.
Diablo 4 needs to drop the... We all know Diablo 4 needs to drop the Paladin into their game, and then Grinding Your Games needs to, boop, one-up them. King Kongor, play the content creators out.
So, something I really want to see them change in Path of Exile 2 is something I wanted to change already since 0.1. The very first time that I've done it. A lot of people do eventually get to this kind of endgame where you really start using it to the absolute max. So you're mapping, and you're going to now start adding Delirium to your maps. How do you do this? And now imagine that you have a full stash of inventory, because look how many maps I actually have right here. We have a lot of maps, and I have basically prepared most of them. But how do you do that? Let me show you a couple maps real quick. Click, 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 click. Now imagine doing this for a couple hundred maps. So please, in an endgame patch 0.4, this has to be made easier. Our wrists are starting to hurt. My fingers are starting to hurt. Please fix this.
Even as someone that doesn't juice, please simplify this process a little bit or reduce them.
I guess I can get behind it. Quality of life on that. I don't know. I got a strong wrist, guys. The amount of times I play where my wrist actually starts hurting is so few and far between. I remember when I used to be concerned about that. You know, my wrist never really hurt except for when I played StarCraft. I remember I played like StarCraft, like serious RTS, competitive RTS with like trying to like get crazy APM. That is the only time really in my life that my wrist truly, it would become actually problematic, and I was somewhat at risk of getting carpal tunnel. It never happens with ARPGs. I don't know. I just don't. I just think I'm a different breed. I talked about this before. I grew up bowling. Like, bowling was a big thing in my childhood. I know it seems like completely unrelated to the topic, but it's hard to explain other than just to say, if you grow up as a child and like you're bowling like I bowled like 20 to 30 games a week, like religiously as a child. It was like a bowling family. And that just develops your forearm strength and wrist and tendon strength and all that. It's unbelievable heightened development of all that stuff, all the tendons, ligaments, and forearm strength. And it actually had a net positive effect on my endurance of video gaming with like wrist things. I can get a sense of it because I can see what my wrist feels like and tendons and everything feel like on my left hand, which it's much weaker, you know. And I try to imagine, like, you know, clicking mouse or whatever on my left hand constantly. Would I have the same endurance? I think the answer is no. Yeah, so I've never really had a problem, but I think I'm just lucky because as a child I had a certain childhood that uniquely gave me a really, really strong high endurance wrist strength. Can I bowl 300? No, I bowled a 299 once, a sophomore in high school. I never did bowl 300. I should have, though, with as much as I did. I would go so far as to say I was unlucky to have not done that. I was really good at it back then. I actually had an injury. I had a finger injury freshman year of high school that was kind of a career ender, actually. Crazy as it may seem. I didn't think a bowling injury would be that big of a deal, but Never know.
Number of clicks. Now it's time for the final inclusion of the Talkative Tri community here on this video. CanDuel Games 9850 says, PoE2 player playing endgame PoE for the first time, and I finally see that the Atlas tree in PoE2 needs a ton of work. The dude is correct. Whether you've played Path of Exile 1 or not, it does not matter. You gotta understand that the base Path of Exile 2 Atlas tree just isn't interesting or fun. Like Misushiro has said in the past, you could delete the entire base tree from my game, and I wouldn't notice that it's gone. I think it needs some radical changes. I've proposed in the past allowing the Atlas tree to actually terraform your Atlas, changing the terrain types, the maps that you're encountering, the frequency of citadels appearing, random roaming bosses across the Atlas. Really lean into
No, good point he's making. That's one of the things that I like about the concept of the Delve Atlas. I think like the amount of scaling you could do with it potentially with things like what he's saying there is almost endless.
To the exploration vibe and allow the Atlas tree to edit that experience as opposed to the boring stuff it tries to accomplish right now. We know there's an endgame rework or revamp coming in 0.4, The Last of the Druids. I hope the Atlas tree is among the things touched. There we have it. We are 12 days away from 0.4 being revealed.
Squire says I have 2 chronic pain conditions. These are huge issues for me. A lot of people have conditions, nothing to do with strength. It should have something to do with strength, but it could be other factors as well. How prone you are to inflammation, things like that. Like I know for certain, like your grip, like if you have really, really high grip strength, first of all, that's one of the prime indicators of quality of health that a person is in, generally speaking. Not the only one, but it's one of the big ones. Like they even talk about how like you can tell when an elderly person is going to die soon because they'll see a precipitous drop in their grip strength happen in a short period of time. That's a sign that somebody's dying. Talking about elders specifically. But like that is a really good indicator of O2 max is probably the #1 indicator, but like grip strength is probably in the top 5, I think. There's also weird things like being able to stand on one leg with your eyes closed for a while without losing your sense of balance is another one of those weird indicators they do on tests to see people's overall health. That was a hard one. I did that the other day. I could barely do it for like 6 seconds or something.
Massive thanks to all the creators who decided to be a part of this big collab and every member of the community that left a comment and contributed to all those other pieces from the Talkative Tri community. I truly appreciate it. And thank you for watching the video. Make sure if you want to see more of these in the future, like the video, share it with your friends, leave a comment below, and subscribe to the channel with the sub notification bell on. I will see you in the next one or in one of these podcasts on screen right now.
Oh, sorry, mic's off. Whoops. Yeah, the mic was off. Okay, so I just want to look at the comments on this. One of the highest, like 187 likes Number one comment, all I want is fixing visual clarity. So there we got visual clarity again. This is one of the reasons why I want to make a video, because this is obviously something that's speaking to a lot of people. We're going to look at my comments section in the off meta Michael reaction. That video I did actually got ratioed. It got ratioed pretty hard. More comments than likes. But it was really unusual because it got like a 85 to 90% like to dislike ratio, which is that's an anomaly type video where you get way more comments than likes, but your like to dislike ratio is also really good. It means that people really have something they want to say about it. Not that they like disliked the video or something. To me, that's like the best type of video to make. I love seeing that. So because it was so extreme, the feedback, the amount of feedback, almost endless number of comments. Yeah, I've never liked a video ever. Okay. Yeah, I mean there are people who, you know, there are people who do that. Never like video or like a video and never comment. On the visual clarity, I would be grateful if they remove Delirium Fog. Well, I don't know. Do you guys think Delirium Fog causes issues of visual clarity? In terms of environment, I guess. This guy didn't even do Delirium because he hates the fog. Jesus. When you use a $400 PC and cry over it's the mistake of GG, ouch. That's kind of a mean comment. It's not even true. People with lower end PCs are having less problems. Yes, I'm not running the newest PC. Playing with a 2070 Super, Ryzen 5 3600. The game is basically unplayable in most cases. I don't even need over 100 FPS. Just consistent 60 FPS would be enough. But the grain drops a lot to 30 to 40 without happening a lot. Maybe I just have more tolerance or whatever. I don't even care when a game drops to like 5 to 10 FPS sometimes. Like, to me, it's just part of gaming. I don't get it when people say, oh my god, it's so bad. That might be it, actually. Actually, the reason why I don't have a performance issues might have less to do with the quality of my performance and more just me not being that upset about a drop in FPS. Just being used to it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably it. If your frames don't drop, your map isn't juicing. Probably. I almost get giddy inside when I see the FPS drop because I'm like, yeah, good, okay, I know this is a real map. All right, let's go, you know. Also, ironically, when your FPS drops, you have more time to respond to things. So it's also kind of a benefit. Like you can actually like dictate, like it's annoying because you command your character to go somewhere and then maybe they go too far before you turn around or whatever. There's some of that, but you do actually have like the reaction speed time of the brain is slowed down. You know, it's kind of like a superhero strength a little bit. You know, when you're playing the game, you know how superheroes can slow time down. Somebody like the Flash or Quicksilver. Basically, it's a Quicksilver superhero strength. Your computer slows down, and then you can actually play in slow motion. Oh, good. I will never forgive this betrayal. What? The guy's just objectively lying unless he has top secret NASA supercomputer. There's no way he's getting appropriate FPS and map. Appropriate? All right. Qualitative word there. I have a, good PC, he says. Hit 20 FPS on some parts of mapping. Oh my god, 20 FPS, so bad. Who play in group is stupid. Well, I don't try group play. Agreed, removing visuals won't make the battlefield more readable. They've already removed or dumbed down some effects, and it has not improved the experience at all. Rather, they need to add more fine-tuning for graphics in the option menu to suit individual preferences. No lifers and streamers would rather just look at a spreadsheet. I prefer the varied intense visuals. Give me all the effects. It sounds like somebody would want to play with what Tornado Shot MTX is the one? It's like a cosmic. What is it like? It makes it so you can't see anything on the map. They won't fix visual clarity ever. I love being unable to see abyssal holes and stucking in them every map. Effing love it. Sarcasm. Celestial, yeah. You guys know, have you ever played Celestial MTX on Tornado Shot? I did it for like 5 seconds and I was like, never again. There's something I want to talk about actually in the video I'm going to make. There's 3 different pillars that have to do with visual clarity. One is on the player side, which includes the abilities you're using, the speed you're using, the AoE you have, the cooldown reduction, all of that. The skill effect, and the MTX. The second one has everything to do with the environment. Anything except the player. Which could be delirium fog, things like that. But monster density. Typically you're talking about monster density, monster abilities. And the third one is like build scaling. How the more you scale a build, the harder it is to see anything. Because, you know, your skills get bigger, more intense, more often. And you just reach a point where you can't really tell what's going on. The people that tell you the game is smooth are the ones who did only the campaign and never ever did a full juiced map. I have a $3,000 PC and it runs like shit on fully juiced maps in in-game tier 20. Tier 20? Tier 20? Maybe the game does lag less on PS5. I don't know. Performance issues and in-game overhaul are what I'm looking forward to the most. And a visual clarity comment again. Visual clarity is a non-achievable dream. I mean, come on, we are playing an ARPG, the best one on the market. It's supposed to be a little bloated with different particles. Performance, on the other hand, definitely can be improved. So, like, on the topic of visual clarity and scaling, you know, it doesn't matter what skill gem you choose, it doesn't matter which map you're on. Like, when you're in the campaign, especially in Act 1, you never have visual clarity. Does anybody have visual clarity issues in Act 1? Anyone out there? Raise your hand. You have visual clarity issues in Act 1. Because, I mean, this is the point when people say, it's an ARPG, what do you expect? They're really talking about the scalability of everything. They're talking about how once you start scaling your AoE, your skill gem level, your passive points to create more, cooldown reduction, more cast speed, attack speed, interesting effects, adding for slams and things, you're adding aftershocks, all this stuff. Eventually starts to get harder to see what's going on. Can you do divinizing card? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Actually, the last map of Act 1, Red Blood Bulb, is hard for me to see. Okay. So it's talking about like environment, monster abilities. Torchlight has a slider that controls how strong the effects will be. That's actually pretty dope. I didn't know that. Might be a decent solution. Would have been funny if Caltrax said the #1 thing to fix is tourism. Gazzy tripling down on misunderstanding how inflation works is kind of funny. He did say divine sync, but it was an issue of. He said we needed a better divine sync, but was talking about how bad the exalt to divine ratio is. That was kind of. I was kind of like, that was a head scratcher for me when he said that. That we were talking about. Maybe he meant to say exalt sync. They made this slider after the first release of the season because everyone's eyes were bleeding from the effects. I'll have to include that in the video. No, it might be good. Might be good. That would help solve one of the issues. Wait, is that monster side too? Or is that just player side visuals? Wait, what is this number? I 100,000% agree with Off Meta Michael. Clean the damn game up and enhance visual clarity. See, I feel like this is misdiagnosing the problem. Part of it is the argument that in an ARPG you're just always going to have this issue unless the ARPG sucks and there's just hardly any scalability that takes place. I don't know, let me keep reading. Say hi to your wife for me? What is that? What is that? Inside joke, I guess. Next time you should make all the clips and videos and do a giant bingo card. Great video. Performance is my priority. It's truly impossible to feel normal when maps with Delirium and Abyss Fog simply kill your frame rate. The same music plays over and over. But the landscape is unreadable. Monsters indistinguishable due to fog. The atlas itself also desperately needs optimization. Pacing of this video is really good. I did like the pacing of the video. Yeah. I hear the PoE1 Delirium music in PoE2 sometimes. Let us right-click emotions onto maps like we do with currency. Okay. Oh, here we go. One of these comments. All I want is the engaging combat they promised initially. There we go. Engaging combat. Here's one of them. Did anybody agree with this guy? I don't know why you're talking about kidney stones in chat, dude. I've never had a kidney stone in my life. I don't drink soda and I rarely drink alcohol. I typically drink water, so yeah, I never had one. Don't know what it feels like. Engaging combat, wrong game. Ooh. Alstron with a $10 IKEA print painting. What? I don't even know. Give us swords. Playing on the local clip is 1010. All right, we got a cringe enjoyer here. Grande, my bro, jazz. The combat is very engaging until you get to endgame, and there's no more combat. Yeah, I mean it's true. Like Act 1 to me is one of the most enjoyable parts of the game because, especially with Twister, like it really matters where I position myself and like my direction. It can be a huge difference in terms of like power effect of the build that I'm playing. Even if I'm off by like 30 degrees in my aiming and stuff. I love that. Later on, it doesn't matter at all, really. There needs to be an offline mode in case some people may have bad internet connections. Oh my god, is that still a talking point these days for ARPGs? That's never gonna happen. Really hard to satisfy everyone, but it seems like the majority of people don't care about engaging combat. I watched the Off Meta Michael podcast he did. Talkative Try did have one really, or segments of it, and he said one really great, well, one really interesting suggestion, and that was, what if there was only 10% of the monsters on your maps, but they were, you know, like to whatever extent, 1,000%, they dropped 1,000% more loot, and they were obviously, they would be harder individually. So you would maintain some of that engaging combat, and you wouldn't be dropping less loot even on a per time basis. But to me, that's an interesting thought. Like, why do we have to kill screens of hordes of monsters on the screen? Why can't we just have like way less monsters but way more loot? And then it actually matters like how we engage in combat. Not like Souls maps or whatever. A map of Rogue. No, not all the monsters would be that hard. There'd still be a lot of cannon fodder. It would end up the same. I think people would just go for single target builds instead of AoE clear. Well, I mean, that's... Isn't that, like, what one of the complaints is? That it doesn't matter what you're bossing. Like, no, there's no such thing as a bossing... Somebody said this earlier. There's no such thing as a bossing build. Well, maybe there would be if there's 10 times less monsters, 10 times more loot per monster. Maybe the game's just that much out of whack right now. Sounds like a different genre. Well, I thought I've also... What's the genre of... what's that Mega Bonk genre? What genre is that? To me, that is the genre of... You know, just nothing but AoE and clear and stuff. Like, I see... to me, I understand that is that particular genre of game. Where ARPGs are like a combination of clear speed and single target engaging combat. It's supposed to be a sort of blend of that. I really hope the devs watch the video. Visual clarity needs to be a top priority for PoE2 right now. You can't see shit with the sheer number of monsters, VFX going on the screen. I don't see why a slider would be that hard to implement, because we already have dynamic culling, which does something. So it seems like that tech is there. Whoa, what's this comment? There will be no Templars. Like, ever. Because Druid is considered to be a Templar. In Mind Data, Druid description says something like, although we are Templars, int strength weapons will be two-handed, claws one-handed, talisman enables shape-shifting. TLDR, so I can join the conversation after missing the first 90 minutes. All I did was react to the Talkative Try massive streamer content creator feedback video, and this stream is focused on trying to better understand issues of visual clarity and get to the bottom of what the real issues are. And because I think I just want to hear some feedback from you guys on things that I'm thinking about. I'm going to make a new video about this topic here. It is by far well, I guess it's a bit of a toss-up between performance issues and visual clarity. Those are the two biggest things people are complaining about right now in the PoE2 community. Both from content creation perspective and especially with feedback from players. Valor making Jorgen. Where are they? Nobody wondering where Snoobe is, huh? You forgot Spud King and Cat Guy. Spud King? I don't even know who that is. Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, Talkative Try is kind of linked himself up with the PoE2 newer content creation community more than anything. OGs from PoE1 are not, I mean, it's not that you're absolutely not welcome there, but like less so, shall we say. You're handicapped a bit. Everyone forgot about Act 5 and 6. Yeah, that's fair. Nobody said that. It's kind of weird. Yeah, somebody pointing out the Exalt Divine Sync comments there. Your channel, bro, definitely here for your input also. This is a viewer who wants Talkative Try's input. A 1,000%, all right, not 100,000, but 1,000% agree with off-meta Michael. I'd like better visual clarity. More unique monsters with attacks, healing. Healing? They want monsters to heal. So you have to prioritize some monsters over... Oh, you know, like in D2, you gotta prioritize the shaman over the little one. You're still getting excited for PoE2? PoE1 pretty boring this league. Kind of, yeah. We're still in the in-between. I am... Today, I'm focusing on PoE2 specifically. I might even record a video today, probably either today or tomorrow, on the topic of better understanding visual clarity issues. I just want to make a video that helps better inform people, I think, about the issue of visual clarity, why it's such a difficult issue to solve for in an ARPG game especially, and I don't know, just provide some nuance on that. But still offer some solutions. I like the idea of the slider thing we could do. I like the extra input from you. I think that's why people watch you. Visual clarity again. Reduced mob density. So this person is on the same page with themselves at least. Better visual clarity. One way to do it is reduce monster density. More monster HP. Moving toward engaging combat away from instant screen clear. Yeah, I mean, and that's another part of interesting conversation is like the relationship between visual clarity and engaging combat. They're inextricably linked. You can't have engaging combat and have terrible visual clarity. It's not possible. At the same time, you can't feel like a god and also have visual clarity and have engaging combat. Like, feeling like a god is antithetical to having good visual clarity and or having engaging combat. If you feel like a god, your combat is basically meaningless. Presumably, by feeling like a god, that means your mere presence just destroys the screen. So there is no combat, basically. And so that's another kind of branch of the conversation that has to be factored in. Hopefully I figure out a way to, I don't know, feeling like the topic of feeling like a god. God. Subverts visual clarity, I guess. Combat. Meaningful combat requires visual clarity. So this is a point of polarization with the community. Like, anyone out there who wants to have a high visual clarity, who wants to have engaging combat, and who also wants to feel like a god when they play the game, that's an impossible task for a developer. You can't square that. You can't have all three of those at the same time. Perhaps somebody would say, well, I want good visual clarity and meaningful combat until which point I feel like a god. Those are all different stages of gear progression. Well, I'm kind of getting at that. Feeling like a god equal mirror gear? Not for some people. No, there are a lot of people who want to feel like a god right out the gate. Like, the second they hit endgame. They basically want to play Mega Bonk, I guess. And I've always kind of headbutted against that line of thinking and said, well, this is not the game for you. Going a bit off of the, you can make godly builds with a 10C budget. Well, should you be able to make a godly build with a 10C budget is more the bigger question. And everybody's version of what it feels like to be a god is different too. Like, some people would say, by the time I'm in Act 3, I feel like a god. Or, you know, some people's version of that is different in their head. So there's a lot of semantic overload in this conversation too. I think the video that I posted with Off Meta Michael reacting to that Twister, super endgame Twister version, that, to me, I think most people would agree, okay, that character looks like it's, you know, it feels like a god. consequently, visual clarity is garbage, and there's not really any meaningful combat. Okay, well, the interesting point of contention. I want to maybe address that in a video. Visual clarity has a lot less to do with character power and a lot more to do with skill animations. Feeling like a god has a lot to do with character power and skill animations, though. Like, part of it is the satisfaction of seeing something happen screen wide, where it's not just the monsters died, but you saw like the massive flashbang. That's why, for example, people love the comet build. Okay, people love comet spam builds. Okay, comet spam makes people feel like a god, but it's not actually that strong. It's like really delayed attack. It just looks and feels visceral, feels great because of just seeing comets just come flying down the screen. It's not even that big of a deal that they do huge amount of damage or not. It's just, it looks super satisfying. And so you're getting a sense of feeling like a god from the animations itself. But other people might say, well, you know, if I snap my fingers and it deletes every monster on the screen, that's the equivalent of feeling like God, no animation needed or something, right? So, I don't know. Again, I think people have different opinions about that whole thing. There's just so much nuance in all of this. Who is ready to play Lightning Arrow Druid? Oh god. D4 does one thing better than PoE, it's visual clarity. In D4, do you feel like a god? What is D4 lacking then? I mean, hell, I haven't played the game forever. What is D4 lacking that PoE has? In that same conversation about feeling like a god, like it's just, it caps out the ceiling. You're basically just playing a campaign level powerful build. A D4 endgame is kind of like playing a campaign. Is that what it's like? Is that why the visual clarity is still good? Well, people are doing trillions of damage, and what people say is they feel like a god from the start. Oh, okay. That sounds not very fun. I played D4 release on a warrior. I didn't feel like a god in Act 1. Maybe a colorblind mode where your abilities are black and white could work? Yeah, we'll call it Delirium. Good idea. D2 mentioned. As someone that does written build guides, my top 2 wants are in-game build sharing. They mention. Okay, I mean that's highly specialized. Don't get me wrong, path building is a fantastic tool, but it's done with volunteer work. Essentially, I mean, this guy basically wants path of building to be integrated into the game. Yeah, good luck. I like the miso rarity changes. They already forgot about that one. Guys, is rarity ruining the game? That's not what I want to talk about in the video, but... See, not that many people are jumping on it. I know Surgog has ranted and raved about it. Miso Shooter here was talking about it, but I really don't see that many people complaining about it. Whoa, this is some 10 out of 10 glazing here, guys. Check it out. Try, you are an absolute best interviewer and hype man. We know you. I agree with that. He's a hype man for sure. We know you aren't the wiki or Ben of PoE. Don't discount your interjections. You sit back when you should and prod along when you should. Absolute king of your craft. What did he say? Okay. One of these days, mark my words, one of these days, Talkative Try is going to be like the #1 most respected content creator in all of PoE. Mark my words. It'd be like 5 years from now. It would not surprise me at all. If nothing else, imagine this. Imagine Talkative Try was actually really good at the game. He'd be unstoppable as a content creator. Okay. Top 10 feedback. Too long, didn't read. Remove one-shots off bosses and or make them accept elemental resistances. Make them accept... You mean, what about my coming calamity? Kisses and hugs. What? Gay. Farham. Farham, come on. I don't think I'd be typing XOXOXO. A little much. Somebody stopped playing because of crashes and stuff. They had a 5080. Ooh. More one shot that want to randomly die and not know what the fuck killed me. Okay. Now knowing Druid is 100% confirmed. Hoping they fix performance issues and visual clarity. You know, maybe that's why we didn't get the Druid, is because imagine all the visual clarity issues and performance issues and then add in a shape-shifting class. Holy God. Swords. Performance #1. Why is everybody commenting on his hair? Rare W take from Try. Oh. Rare. I thought the day would never come. Oh my God. Stop roasting him, please. I had to play it back multiple times. All right, you cooked him. That's well done cooking there. Come on. What is the point? That would be a change I could actually get behind if the Atlas won't be totally discarded. I hate the Atlas so much, but it would be better if I could manipulate it. I think he was talking about the comments he said when he was talking about like the Delve Atlas and stuff. Or something like that. Visual clarity and performance. Top of the list again. Which I have to imagine are somewhat related. If we had a slider that reduced effects and made the game more visually clear, would that not also increase performance? Does it do that in the other games? No, because it's still rendering. Oh, okay. Yeah. But like, isn't dynamic culling? Isn't that what dynamic culling does? Reduce the rendering? Right, Mustang style. Okay. Yeah, I think the main issue is all the suggestions about endgame. Atlas and all that jazz can't really be worked on out until the 1.0 release. I mean, I would agree, except GGG is absolutely pretending now that we're in the full release of the game. 2-month cycles back and forth. Realistically, because there's still a ton of content missing, or at least you'd assume. I mean, not wrong, but again, like, I don't know, they painted, or they dug their own grave when they were trying to have, you know, they're trying to get everything and nothing at the same time. Oh, our customer service is so poor, we can't help solve problems people over the Christmas break, but, you know, we're gonna charge you for a game that's not even done, and oh, we're gonna like have monthly cycles and, you know, all that stuff. Like, transparency slider can even cost performance, not rendering would bring other performance. Okay. Nobody made any comments about crafting, about it being like too overwrought, too easy to get items. Darth Mega seems like you have to do that for every map. In reality, you do it for 40 to 50 maps at a time. It's not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of comments. Okay, well, anyway, you can kind of see performance issues were a big topic of discussion. Now, we talked about this earlier. Again, I'm going to make a video at some point in the near future. I don't know if I'll release it, but I'll probably not release it until close to the reveal, like a couple days before the reveal or something, when people are searching PoE2 content more. But seeing as how one of the major issues with feedback right now is visual clarity or readability, seeing as how the off-meta Michael reaction video to my content really spurred a great deal of conversation in the community about the state of the end game, not in conventional sense, but in terms of in a performance sense, really. The video I made, the reaction video to him, got ratioed with a high like to dislike ratio, which is, it got ratioed in terms of comments to likes, but it still had a high like to dislike ratio, which is really fascinating, very, very rare thing. Which means people latched on to the conversation. They found the conversation extremely interesting without thinking that it was a bad take or something like that overall. Which means it's something that people really want to see. They really want to see more about this topic, I think. And so, yeah, let me go kind of read these and then kind of go over the video idea. I got some plot points out for it. I don't usually do this on the community. I was actually going to like record the video today without streaming necessarily, but I wanted to kind of get some more player feedback from you guys. In case there's things that I forget that I should mention. If you guys can kind of read this. So, this was over a month ago. Bro plays the slowest build on the planet. Of course, he's going to hate your build. Yeah, some people thought that he was like hating on the video. That's not exactly, or hating on the build or something. It's not exactly right. I think he is taking a principled stand. Here's an interesting comment. GGG is shooting themselves in the foot. If they keep going down this road, they will lose their player base from PoE1 as they slowly migrate to nicer graphics of PoE2, and all the people who didn't enjoy zoomy spam of PoE1 like me will just keep not playing and bitch on the forum about no one's made a decent ARPG in 30 years since D2. I don't know why he said they're going to lose PoE1 players just for having better graphics. I think that's what... I think for PoE1 absolute zoom... PoE1 zoomer absolutists, probably best case scenario for them is PoE2 is basically the same game except better graphics. And I know some of you in the chat qualify for that. That is your take on here. It's not my take, but some of you feel that way. I'm always kind of trying to look for a balance in all of this. It's very difficult to balance. I don't get why people think GGG want it. And so a lot of the comments on here, unlike Talkative Try's comments, favor more like, you know, PoE1 zoomy attitude about the game. I don't get why people think GGG wanted the end game to be slow in PoE2. Throughout development, it was slow, and they kept on reassuring players that in the end game it would feel like PoE1. They just wanted to fix the way the campaign felt. I think the only fix GG needs to do is more movement skills that need investment to get the most out of every effect, so every player can reach high levels of speeds than sprinting, higher levels than sprinting. So it sounds like this guy really likes the whole tech of Tempest Flurry attack speed style or Whirling Slash. Oh, with this. Some of the comments, I can't even remember what they're about. He has nothing to say about LA Deadeye or Spark Blood Mage, but he's got a problem with the 1% of people who are playing Whirling Slash. GTFO, man, seriously, imagine if he... Okay, I don't know. Showcase of everything controversial about those builds in the best light. I guess. To me, the Whirling Slash build is kind of a special outlier because you're not just moving super fast, you're using a different means of movement, which is also a thing that Off-Meta Michael had and was kind of against. Some of the comments early on are kind of inflammatory, actually, but a little bit, but they get better over time. I mean, here's some people, like I was referring to. PoE2 promised slow and methodical gameplay was hot garbage. It wasn't as smart as promised, so it was just slow. I don't really know what it means by that. The whole point of both ARPGs and roguelites is eventually having so much power you're deleting screens, snuffing out bosses like candles. There's a candlestick boss, too. It's a single-player power fantasy. People who dislike that should go make a different game with new IP. PoE is about killing gods. I feel like PoE is a bit more than that. Ninth Letter says, I was a believer, but Chris is gone, so whatever the game was supposed to be is dead. Yeah. I know. I feel like that's kind of unfortunate. It must be weird. Like, I wonder how... I would really love to interview Chris on this topic. To understand better, like, how all this went down. Ever since the point when... Because, you know, back when... Before Expedition League... Like, everyone was huge fans of Chris and his vision for the game. In Expedition League, something pivotal happened where they did like a massive nerf to player power. It was like the biggest one league nerf to player power ever. It was the second league I ever played. And then there was this huge amount of damage control that he had to do. He went on a whole bunch of podcasts and stuff. And at the same time, they very quickly stopped responding. GGG staff stopped even interacting with Reddit, which is something they used to do a long time ago. They used to be highly interactive on Reddit, which I didn't even know about because I started playing like right when that stopped. And then I remember Scourge League came out, and it was just a continuation of the just trying to sell the vision. Just constantly trying to sell the vision. No, look, this is for the betterment of the game long term. We need to slow everything down. We need to pull back the reins a bit. We can't control the game's going to spiral out of control. It's just going to become a loot fiesta, meaningless combat, no visual, like it's just going to be terrible. And then there was a fork in the road. And Chris and one other dev created Ruthless mode. And I'm sure, yeah, and they experimented with different things. Arch Nemesis was supposed to be kind of maybe an answer to the issue of like excessive amount of monsters. Let's pull back and remove the whole like triple beyond crazy performance demanding maps. Let's reduce the number of monsters, make them drop way more loot, make it more exciting for monsters. I loved that, by the way. And then the player backlash on that as well. Because they didn't want fewer, harder monsters. They wanted more, easier monsters. And then, you know, that all that like vision selling was clearly not working, and he got like less and less and less interactive with the community, and then it kind of created Ruthless mode. And I know what happened here without even knowing, really. Chris Wilson and another dev, and they decided to create Ruthless mode as an experiment to see what the community how they would respond to that. And I'm sure they were hoping and praying that Ruthless mode would like take off as a revitalization of the old game, and like this is how the ARPG should be, you know, with, you know, real meaningful combat and meaningful drops, and you know, you feel the grind, the real grind at work, with a more reasonable curve of power over time. And the reality is just very few people picked up on it. I think if more streamers, I feel like streamers should, this is around the time when I feel like streamers have way too much power, because if a small handful of streamers had picked up on Ruthless, a bunch of players would have. And the streamers themselves were stun locked, myself included. Because it was like, I like the idea of doing Ruthless, but if I do Ruthless, I'm going to have fewer viewers, so I'm not going to do that. Kripparrian liked it. Yeah, that's true. You know, he liked it, but I don't know if did Kripparrian's viewership drop because he was streaming? Like, maybe he kind of transcends that a bit. I don't know. Streamers are a problem. Ban all of them. What? Whoa. That's kind of hardcore. That's one possible solution, I guess. Alright, so anyway, the story continues. Ruthless did not take off. And I think the last time Chris Wilson was even involved in like the interviews or the introduction of a new league was back in like Crucible League or something. Oh, Darth microtransaction? Oh, damn. Oh, I didn't realize it was you. What's up, dude? Thanks for sticking around. Now I see why people were all like emojing about it. Yeah, we're talking about issues of PoE2, visual clarity and stuff. Retelling the story about what happened to Chris. Because if Chris Wilson had his way, we would not be having major performance and visual clarity issues by virtue of the game being less, more excess, stuff, and the scaling back would have already taken place. At the same time, behind the scenes, they wanted to make a new game, or they wanted to create a huge expansion with a brand new campaign. They decided to call it PoE2, and then that changed to, okay, now there's new tech. We can actually make PoE2 a brand new game and give it all kinds of new visual clarity and stuff. So we're going to do campaign plus visual clarity and things. And then the third time around, the last sort of breath of Chris Wilson's vision was placed into PoE2. This is like the last ditch effort of convincing the player base to get behind scaling back power and stuff. We're going to create a brand new game. We're going to the power is going to be reset. We're going to kind of start from zero. It'll be fun. It'll still be something you scale, but it's going to feel a lot more like Ruthless. I don't think they ever actually came out and said that, but the implication was that, okay, basically we're going to take Ruthless and then like slam it into PoE2, and then we'll slowly scale it up from there, and it'll become more like PoE1 over a long period of time, not not within 4 beta cycles or something like we're already seeing, which is ridiculous. And then before it even came out, Chris Wilson ditched, and I guess he saw the writing on the wall. He was like, okay, he probably couldn't get enough internal support for the vision at that point, and he was just like, all right, he got tired of it. And maybe he just got tired of working in general. But no, he didn't get tired of working, because he created a new YouTube channel, and he's thinking about playing a new game. So it's pretty obvious, the fact that he's going to design a new game with David Brevett, that shit actually went down internally inside their camp, and he basically got pushed out in terms of his vision. It got pushed out because now he's off making a new game with a true D2 OG. That has to be what happened, because otherwise he would have just gone off the sunset and we would have never heard from him again. Not that I'm like deeply troubled by what happened to Chris Wilson, but I do agree with the original vision. I would have loved to have seen that play out. Wasn't Jonathan also pushing for a slow game? I don't actually know Jonathan's vision, really. I don't actually know. I know that Mark leans a little bit more towards the excess is okay, juicing, all that stuff. You saw the original vision 0.1. I mean, no, there was cracked out builds there too. What did people reject in 0.1? Yeah, I think 0.1 was too much of a beta mess to really know what it's supposed to look like. The game's brand new vision isn't realized in the first iteration of PoE2. It's an absolute mess. It's a beta. I don't think we sometimes think of it as a finished game, but 0.1 was weird. I mean, you could say that the campaign felt slower. Okay, so the only time when I felt like, PoE2 really is going to be like PoE1 Ruthless was at ExileCon, PoE2 ExileCon, when Mark did the mini boss fight, and it basically took him like three minutes to kill a mini boss in like Act 2 or something. Now they set up the parameters so that he would be on garbage gear, and maybe the boss was scaled up in difficulty as well. I don't know. But they were showing off just how intensely hard the boss was. And to me, they like overshot it. Like, I almost thought it was a little bit off-putting how ridiculously hard they made that boss look, being a mini boss there. I appreciated them making it extra challenging for, a pro gamer like Mark, I mean, for all intents and purposes. He was a guy who was up for that challenge. But, I mean, at the same time, it implanted this idea in the players that was like, oh my god, this is what the game is like? I don't want to fight a boss for 3 minutes straight like that. If it's this hard for Mark, what's it going to be like for me? A lot of players were definitely thinking that in the back of their head. Like, oh my god. So I don't know if that really implanted a great, mental image in people's head. And then people got to actually try the game, play the game, and it was brutally hard. Actually, because we had garbage gear. The passive tree was, you basically got no passive points. you got forced passive points that were not as good as optimized passive tree. You got unoptimized gear, and you had unoptimized skills as well. It was terrible. I remember I had a hard time even killing mini bosses in the campaign in the at ExileCon when we all got to test the game. I feel like that was actually probably the worst thing about ExileCon. They made it. I think they could have done a better job with like the testing stuff. But you know, I mean, it was cool because people had such amazing vibes and everybody was so happy to be there and stuff. So it wasn't going to get dragged down by a ruthlessly hard, you know, campaign experience testing out the game. People understood, you know, for the most part. But that was when I went through that experience, seeing Mark play, seeing them talk about the game, playing the game myself, I was like, okay, this is nothing like PoE1. This is going to be crazy different. I mean, this is like Ruthless on steroids or something. Like, that's the kind of mental image I get in my head. And then the game comes out, 0.1, and we are immediately like, wait a minute, this is just like PoE1 almost. What the hell? What the hell? Game needs a auto button so I can watch it play itself. Don't really want that. They assume he was so passionate about the game they wouldn't just leave it. Yeah, well, it's a combination of him probably slowly losing passion for the game, and him being disgruntled by the general community's overall consensus that they don't want a scaled back, more grounded, combat intensive ARPG experience. What do you think if they released Ruthless like League when it was added to the game to test Ruthless like League? You mean as if it was like the only option? No, it wouldn't have gone over well. Oh, we got a King Kongor fan here. Honestly, this problem can be explained by one line skill gap. Look at King Kongor's melee builds. You'll realize they can make pretty much anything into a screen wide clear in this game if you have knowledge of functioning brain. I mean, that's true. I've been impressed by some of his build footage. King Kongor's so good at the game that he can make a melee build have bad visual clarity. That's how good he is at the game. It's impressive, actually. The fact that he's using this off-meta build and left LA Dead out of the discussion bothering the F out of me. Yeah, that was kind of a weird thing. I remember initial feedback from the video. He showed two of the worst builds you can ever start with and takes thousands of hours to make it look good. Look like this, and it left everything meta and overperforming build that barely cost anything. Literally killed the build out of discussion. Something. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily agree with Twister being a bad starting build, but okay. Alright, here we go. Some actual comments I was looking for. He's right, though. This is not what PoE2 was promised to be. It isn't supposed to be PoE1 with better graphics. Many people came from other genres precisely because it's not PoE1, but it fails to deliver anything close to what was promised past the campaign. So you can see this is clearly somebody who was hoping for a very different scaled back ARPG experience. They liked the campaign and what that felt like. It's not fixable unless they overhaul the entire loot system. As long as good loot is gated by tiny drop rates, the strategy will continue to be juice the monsters as much as possible and kill as many as your build can handle. Everybody has their own idea about what PoE2 is supposed to be, but cannot get away from the fundamental concept without complete loot redesign. I don't really see that as an issue. Even still, I think, you know, people also have a different opinion about how loot is supposed to be designed. I, for one, liked the tiered rare system, but then it was like made obsolete when crafting was brought in 0.3, and I personally feel like crafting in 0.3 was too easy, too powerful. The perfect augmentation, perfect transmutes are a huge outlier in terms of how well they roll an item from the start. It's kind of weird. Otis says you can't see how many hours they play or how far they go. Always take those comments with a grain of salt. Yeah, it'd be funny if we had a score on that. Build like this don't perform unless you invest in it heavily. I'm skeptical that like Lightning Arrow Deadeye was supposedly like a high performing low investment build as opposed to Twister. I don't really like, you still needed to spend a bunch of currency on movement speed, scaling. In this build you could scale movement speed through attack speed very cheaply. I had a 1 chaos, or no, a 1 divine version of this build, which that video still exists on my channel. You can see how strong the build was at 1 divine investment. I'd like to compare that to Lightning Arrow 1 divine. I don't think it'd be that much different. He's speaking from his perspective in that players like him would never look at this and want to play the game. The opposite I see, the insanity of Snooze build, and it makes me want to log in. I think players like him are the majority, though, not overwhelmingly so, but still the majority of the game will just attract a different type of player than Michael to the end game. That is the kind of player that ARPGs usually cultivate through the last years. Well, yeah, as it progresses further and further. People like Michael hate the core gameplay loop of seasonal ARPGs. I think the genre is just going to change because of the core gameplay loop. Not sure what he means by this. Doesn't the core gameplay loop of constantly resetting from scratch favor his argument more? Because you would have less time to reach that god tier status. Whoa, somebody got mad on this comment. You guys are so PoE brained you can't fathom an ARPG not being giga blasting in its soul and entirety. Literally gambling addicts living vicariously through video games, just more tinks per hour, clarity, player. What do you guys think of this comment? I mean, obviously I agree with it at my core. I would have never made all the videos I did in 0.2 talking about PoE1 brain rot, which obviously didn't appeal to a great many of my viewers, but was my honest feelings at the time. Yeah, I ain't wrong, but I ain't making friends like that. Yeah, basically. Comparison is the thief of joy. This guy's a prime example of someone who can't just have fun because ego won't allow him to do anything other than the meta, which is literally stupid. Okay, that he really shouldn't have said that because his name is Off Meta Michael. So, if anything, he does anything but the meta. If he was caught doing the meta, he would probably switch builds. Why even play at that point? I always played LA Deadeye. Great this season. I always play LA Deadeye. Oh my god. It's one of these viewers, man. Actually, no build guides last season because it sucked balls until you invested a lot. I had to piece together my own build. Oh well, okay. At least he's saying he played LA Deadeye when it was off meta. Okay. I gained a little bit of respect back. Isn't visual clarity already better in PoE2 than it is in PoE1? Not really. No, this is something I want to talk about in the video. So, what comes with better graphics also comes greater intensity of visual clutter. Take a skill like Twister, for example. Twister doesn't exist in PoE1, but if it did, it wouldn't like look nearly as, you know, earth-shatteringly awesome as it does in PoE2. But by virtue of looking earth-shatteringly awesome, you can't see what the fuck's going on. So like whenever I cast Twister in this game in PoE2, I don't know what's happening because it just covers the entire screen, especially if I'm scaling through build scaling any amount of, you know, attack speed, cooldown reduction, AoE especially. There are some skills that have bad visual clarity in PoE1, like Spark. But like Spark is probably worse in PoE2 than PoE1, right? Because it's more flashy and more like, whoa, what the? You can barely even look at the screen. You see Mathel's Twister build in PoE1? No, I didn't. You must be talking about the new support gem. This guy says the game is crap and in-game 0.3 I had way more fun in early 0.2. I like how they opened up a lot more builds with support gems, but we are back to needing a whole lot of shit nerfed. Do you guys agree with this? Do we need, after 0.3, do we need massive nerfs to the game? To player power? Spark is way better, and PoE2 is way better. You mean, you think it's better visual clarity? I don't know. I haven't even looked at Spark in either game in ages. Didn't Ziz try flashbang mode? Ah, that's actually a good point, yeah. I might have to include a snippet of his footage of his build if I bring up the point of like PoE2 new. See, that's a great point you bring up. See, this is why I wanted to live stream this before I make a video. That's a perfect example of a build that, if it existed in PoE1, it wouldn't be anywhere near as visually cluttering as it is in PoE2 because of the way they designed the animations in the brand new game. You know, when you have more intensely even crisp animations, it clutters up the screen way greater than what you see in PoE1. It makes it so much worse in terms of visual clarity. The Zizaran mortar build is a perfect example of that. Like, imagine Occultist Pops, right? Occultist Pops, if that was... Maybe it does exist in PoE2. Actually, does it exist in PoE2? I have to imagine it's... If it does exist in PoE2, it's bigger and more grandiose explosions that you see. Like, it's harder to even, like, harder to look at. So, which one creates a more intense animation? The one in PoE1 or the one in PoE2? This is why this conversation is so interesting, because, like, if you asked players, there's a new version of the game. Do you want your skills? Do we want our skills in PoE2 to be more vibrant, more flashy, more to make it? Is that a good thing? Does that make you feel more powerful? And I already used the example of the Comet build before. Comet is a great example of somebody who wants to feel like a god by virtue of what the skill itself looks like. Not even really a matter of its actual clear performance. It's just super satisfying to pelt the entire landscape full of comets to the point where you can't tell what the F is going on. No visual clarity, right? At what point is that taken too far where it becomes a detriment? At what, because up to a certain point, players become more and more satisfied with the feeling of like how it looks and feels, how visceral it feels like when I cast Twister and 57 Twisters exit my body, it just blows up the whole screen. At that moment, I can't see anything that's going on, but it's really satisfying, right? But at the same time, I'm trying to imagine, a game or combat where it would also be nice if I could actually tell what the F is going on. So I ask myself, at what point do these two competing ideas cross-section over where it becomes a greater detriment that, you know, the skill, the intensity of the skill, the scaling of the build, it starts to become problematic. And the really interesting thing about all this is the goal, I think, is if the build is good enough, designed well enough, the further you scale it in terms of power, the less it matters that you have visual clarity. I even memed about this before. I said, I think it was even in one of these cut meme channels, if you have to see what's going on in your build is bad, I think is what I said or something. Obviously I was half joking, but it's half serious too, because when people argue about visual clarity, does it really matter how much visual clarity you have if you're just deleting everything on the screen? So there's like all these competing factors, and if the build is too weak, if the animations are too intense, if the monster density is too high, if any one of these things reach a crest over that point at which you're meeting where the power doesn't meet all the other lined up factors, then suddenly it becomes a major issue where like visual clarity is a serious problem, because then you're dying to ground effects, you're dying to all kinds of like otherwise telegraphed attacks, you can't see what's going on. And the answer is either improve visual clarity or just kill everything faster on the screen. But what is the answer, really? Because to me, it's one of those two things. And I think it would be really fascinating to see like what people's opinion is on, you know, where the where the rubber meets the road, right? Like, do we want them to improve visual clarity by virtue of reducing the intensity of the spell animations, by virtue of reducing the density of the monsters, by virtue of giving, you know, focusing more on single target, telegraphed attacks, by virtue of these kind of factors? Or do we want it to just go the way of PoE1 and nobody really cares about visual clarity because the assumption is that you're just insta-deleting everything as early as the campaign? Even like in the end of the campaign, you're already just deleting everything. Like just rain of arrows, right? Flame dash, rain of arrows, whole screen's dead. Flame dash, rain of arrows, whole screen's dead. Okay, you don't have to see anything. You get that as early as like Act 3 in PoE1. But you don't get that in PoE2 because the game is different and things are scaled back more and it's more sluggish, slow. And you're not feeling like a god, so to speak, that fast. So it brings into contention issues of visual clarity much so. I don't exactly know how I want to frame the video, but this is one of the crux of this topic that I think is being ignored. I think people are like misdiagnosing the problem here. The problem isn't specifically visual clarity. It's a combination of many factors that if a certain combination is created, you will have a serious problem with the visual clarity in the game. But no, I mean, how often do people complain about visual clarity in PoE1? I don't see them complaining that much about it. Nothing like what they do in this game. What's more holistic? Reducing density, increase individual mob density, difficulty, and time for combo gameplay and shorten maps. Well, that's the whole point. Like Last Protagonist. So another point to all of this is that the original vision of the game, what we were promised is A. You know, if A is reduced, I guess like bloom, like lowered bloom or reduced animations on the player side, reduced scaling power on the player side, reduced monster density. It doesn't really have to do with difficulty of the monsters, but just reduce the clutter that monsters create, some of the animations on their end, and make a more integrated, meaningful, telegraphed, respondable, readable, as Off Meta Michael puts it, readable combat that you can react to. Is that the answer? Because to me, that's what the game was supposed to be. I thought the game was going to be being taken into that direction. See, I don't know how I can make this video without bringing that point up. That's why I have this section here, because I wasn't exactly sure how I'm going to word it, but I'm going to have to devote some kind of section to that, about the original vision for PoE2. I think they masked a lot of their problems by just making the game, just allowing its excesses to go out of control to the point where people don't care about visual clarity, because there's no reason to care about visual clarity. If you destroy an entire screen in one button, then A, that increases visual clarity because everything's dead already. But B, it doesn't really matter, you know, because nothing's a threat, because it's also dead already. The flashy aspect of a skill with no cooldown needs to be an MTX. Let people decide with their wallets whether or not they care about visual clarity. I thought about that point as well. I was going to use the example of the Celestial MTX versus the Nebulous or whatever, like Void MTX for Tornado Shot. Tornado Shot is a perfect skill example of this. So if you want to make Tornado Shot completely unreadable, where you can't see what the hell is going on, run Celestial MTX. But if you want on the complete opposite end, beyond its non-MTX version, you can essentially use an MTX that almost cancels out the animation completely with the Void MTX. A lot of people do that for performance purposes anyway. But that skill and those MTX options for that skill are a great example of this. But to me, like, that's a really poor solution to a problem. Like, people should not be opting for an MTX because it's better performance than the default animations, or because it's more clear. Like, that's such a lame, that's got to be like the worst solution to this problem. How much does movement play into visual clarity? A lot, actually. Let me actually look something up here. It can play a lot. It doesn't automatically, but it can. So the faster you move, the more quickly you move from one screen to another screen, the more imperative it is for you to be able to tell what's going on. Anybody remember this video?
Yo, what is up guys, Dream here, and in today's video we're going to be talking about the fastest build in Path of Exile's history. The build that you're looking at in the background right now.
Hold on. Let me pull this up. You want to see an example of the runaway excess gone too far. Here we go.
Oh, what is up guys, Dream here, and in today's video we're going to be talking about the fastest build in Path of Exile's history. The build that you're looking at in the background right now. Tornado Shot Lightning Warp, which has been around for a few leagues now, but not like this. Not anywhere close as fast. And the reason we're at this point and with this build in 322 is thanks to a user called Captain Garbage, who gave the build to Crouching Tuna, who's...
Now imagine he was using Celestial MTX on this. What do you think that would do?
Build you're seeing in the background here, a hyper optimized version, and he's been spreading it to the masses by streaming it and telling us all how it works. Now there's a few other streamers and players who have picked up on this and now they're also running the build, but it's fair to say it's a complete beast and it blows the socks off the speed limit we've previously seen in PoE's history. And the shocking thing is, the footage you're seeing...
So that is an example of a build that has such high movement that you have no visual clarity. The human brain can't even really comprehend what's happening that fast. And so not saying it's a bad build, but like that is to me an example of things just going a little bit too far, the top end. I'm not saying such a build shouldn't exist, but like if you wanted an example of movement speed, that's not technically movement speed, it's technically cast speed. Server tick frame rate, lining it up with a cooldown on lightning warp. I think Asena's chant or something is what was used. Yeah, anyway. I never played that build. That did not appeal to me. I remember part of the reason I didn't play is because it would have required less magic find stats. It was from like 10 leagues ago. But it was really the big reason I didn't is because it didn't look appealing. It looked like just too much. Like I want to have a better idea about what's actually happening. So one question I'd ask is if visual clarity on a base level speed build is acceptable or not, and then if it is, what's the breakpoint where things fall apart? Well, I was talking about factors of. I have three things. To me, there are three factors that contribute to visual clarity issues. One of them is actually it's the environment, which includes everything that doesn't have to do with the player. Okay, that could be landscapes, could be water, it could be lag, it could be water, I don't know, water rendering. Could be trees that make things hide behind them. But most people are going to think of it as monsters, the actual enemies, monster density, monster effects, things like that. Number two is player effects, the scaling that exists on that. Especially things like AoE scaling. Well, okay, I broke them down in two. Like one of them is player side factors. So it's like monster side factors, environment side factors, and there's player factors of players, the player skill of choice, that thing. And then there's build scaling, which is everything to do with scaling whatever it is you're doing, which would be movement speed, cast speed. And in the sake of that tornado shot build I showed, that would very much have to do with, lateral movement speed. With Twister as well, whirling slash, really high movement speed, makes it harder to visually see what's going on. For the Twister build, it would be the scaling of AoE, going from 0.5 all the way to like 0.8. AoE breakpoint Twisters really cut under the clarity of being able to see what's going on. Projectile count would be a huge one too, whether it's tornado shot or Twister. The more projectiles you have, the harder it is to see what's going on. .3 with Abyss definitely falls under the monster density monster effects. So I guess I'll just say that. Environment. Y'all gotta stop with the visual clarity BS. Every endgame juice map is covered in a fog that you can't get rid of. If GGG cared for visual clarity, Delirium wouldn't be as awful as it is. So Delirium Fog would fall under this as well. Delirium. Okay, I don't know. Same with my Immortal Molten Blast Titan. Can't see shit, don't care. Well, the reason this guy doesn't care is because he's killing everything with him. So if he was running this build and he didn't one-shot the whole screen when he used it, he would care a lot more. That's the point we were talking about earlier. I don't think the game is playable when the game gives 5 FPS. I agree your build is god tier, but it ruins the whole direction of PoE2. It looks like ass. It's a discount PoE1. GGG would do better to unlock prior leagues on PoE1, in my opinion. This guy's complaining about performance issues, I guess. This guy, I think, either doesn't realize PoE2 was... It's, at least in some parts, meant to be what PoE1 Ruthless is. It was like an experimentation, a precursor to it. Whoa. The wall of text. So I guess some of this text is that the games were meant to be different, or that the games... I guess that they wanted to make a game a certain way, but the community rejected it. Wow, not every day you see this comment. I make my own build every league. I know my build is shit and I don't care. This is exactly the kind of player... See, I'd imagine that... this is the biggest difference between Diablo 2 and Path of Exile. Is this kind of player. These types of players are like unicorns nowadays. I mean, obviously they don't talk that much. I guess like Karache saying you're this type of person. The biggest difference between ARPGs before and now is the internet and the social fabric that it creates. Content creators, the popularization of builds, and the expectations that come with knowing. Everybody has to reconcile the fact that there is a difference, now more than ever, that there is a difference between a good build and a bad build, and that if you want to have a good build, that option most certainly exists somewhere on the internet, even if you can't make a good build. And so you're effectively shooting yourself in the foot by playing a bad build. Now, the interesting thing about that is that from a developer's perspective, they also have to reconcile with the fact that their game has been... that the difficulty level of the game has to be adjusted. People who really, really know what they're doing, Diablo 2 is an easy-ass game. Super easy compared to PoE 1 or 2. And the reason is because that game's difficulty level doesn't cater to the idea that there's a massive community of builds and build creators and people optimizing the bejesus out of everything, and that everyone's like a, try hard or whatever. Actually, it doesn't have to do anything with try hard. It has to do with more with like exactly how you make a build. Maybe try hard insofar as getting some of the right gear pieces, build enabling pieces. But now, developers of video games, of all genres, honestly, have to make games a lot harder because players love to min-max. Like, the min-max culture has been thriving more and more over time as more people spend time online, visiting forums, becoming more aware of all the different tech possibilities. I mean, why do videos that I make that have something to do with introducing new tech to the build I'm running, or just in general, why do those videos do so well? Well, it's because that's an ever-growing popular aspect of the community. People are looking for ways to do things differently, min-max something more so. They want to be in the know of all this. Didn't you put out the budget version that basically cleared all content? I see no reason why someone can't just keep throwing money in their build just to see the number go up. Yeah, I talked about this a bit earlier. A lot of factors that converge, and if you ever reach a point where issues of visual clarity through player effects, monster density, monster effects, scalability, AoE scaling, etc., if that exceeds the kill capacity or clear capacity of the build, then it becomes a major problem. If you don't have meaningful choices, then your choices don't matter. Why even offer the different options? There will always be something that's more efficient and better in ARPGs. Well, that's the hardest part about, of being a PoE developer is trying to somehow balance everything. That's a seemingly impossible task. You're basically just trying to chase the unknown. You're trying. That's why they have to keep reinventing the wheel. They change things. They change metas. They do slight nerfs, slight buffs. That's especially why they nerf meta builds in particular. Whether it's because they're broken or because they're popular or some combination. They do it so that the players get a fresh start, and it's to create that unknown factor. They have to constantly keep reinventing the game. It is, though, the way he says is right. Like they need to tone down the pace of the skill a little bit, leave chaotic gameplay to PoE1. Chaotic, interesting word choice. I stopped playing PoE2. They said we'd have meaningful combat. We have an updated PoE1 urging to become full PoE1. Balance is a joke. Rarity effects currency needs to go. I could go on. And somebody replies, awesome, glad to see you go. It's an isometric ARPG. If you want meaningful combat, go play MMO so you can piano your skill. See, I mean, it's just two completely different members of the audience. They want two very different games right here. There's no denying it, though. I mean, this is a perfect exhibit of player type A, and this is player type B. One wants the new, harder, more meaningful combat type game, and the other wants PoE1 with new graphics and all the excess that it already has. He doesn't like the ceiling, so his argument is to lower the ceiling. That doesn't make sense because there'll still be a ceiling. It'll just be more confined space to do anything remotely fun and rewarding for your efforts. I say raise the roof for the other builds. Keep visual clarity in mind, whatever that means. But don't just lower the ceiling as a solution. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that overall. Like, lowering the ceiling is a terrible solution. Let's make players feel less godlike. Let's slow them down. I mean, that is a solution to visual clarity, but it's not a very good one. Once you've experienced how fast Whirlwind goes and the full screen of Flame Twister's Wi-Fi, which clears multiple screens ahead, it's hard to do anything else. Guys complaining about gold. We always have this comment too. Why do people care so much about what other people are doing? I mean, if you're playing to do what is best, but you don't like what it... Okay, not English. What it do it in the best way, then I think that's a player's liking problem more than a game problem. Okay. Why do you care, bro? What do you guys think about that? The why do you even care, bro comment. It's not a competitive game anyway. Here's one that says, I love PoE2 and I agree with him. This looks terrible. Doesn't even look like a game to me. To your point, I am not surprised at all that so few people play this build. So few people play the Twister build because it's too awesome. The visual clarity's too bad, maybe, I guess. I get what they say, but any comment like that dismissive of someone's legitimate feedback, which I don't think is healthy for discussion. Okay, agreed. I like the word choice, dismissive. Yeah, it's never cool to try to make your argument based on the fact that you care about something less than somebody else does. That's a terrible thing way to go about giving your opinion. I mean, it's fine to say my opinion is that I don't care. That's fine. But, you know, gotta be at least halfway respectable. The reality is that the players will determine where the game goes, not the developers, if they want it to be successful. I don't like that comment. I like it when developers commit to having a vision and they might adjust it, but they don't like abandon it based on what the players want. If this was true, then PoE would just be the same thing as Diablo, because that would stretch over a higher fan base, and they would actually have more sales, and they would, because there's way more casual dads out there than try-hard Andes, so why even bother having a specialized ARPG in the space when you can just try to cast the widest tent possible? I don't like that comment. It's GGG's game. That's right. Not ours. We pay for the privilege to play it. We pay for the privilege to play the beta. Anyway. This meta build this season will likely be nerfed again. Okay. Oh, here we got a good comment. I think the issue just comes down to GGG saying one thing and doing another. Too often, interviews with lead devs feel like gaslighting and marketing rather than facts. The game does not look or feel like they describe it outside the campaign. Which people who don't play much beyond the campaign, which is the vast majority of players, wouldn't even know better. So yeah, it is what it is, love it or hate it. Personally, seeing the crazy limits builds get pushed on by players like Unity or why I got into PoE to begin with. I think the biggest turnoff of PoE2 is the identity crisis between the campaign and endgame. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting take. This is maybe one of the, by some weird twist of virtue in PoE 1, allowing you to almost feel like a god as early as like Act 3 when you get, you know, shield charge, leap slam, all that stuff if you didn't already have it. And in PoE 2, you know, you really don't see that. It is kind of a jarring difference between like in the campaign and then at some point in maps, and you finally get like everything together, I guess you start to become really fast. I think that'll smooth out over time naturally. To me, that is just more, well, I would like it if, okay, so if I say I want a game to have more meaningful, interesting combat, maybe the only way to achieve that with, and also for the game to allow me to feel like a god, the only way we could have in one game simultaneously good visual clarity, meaningful combat, and your absolute tripped out godlike killing machine. The only way those two things can exist is if they exist apart from one another, but in the same game. In other words, in the early game, the combat is meaningful. Naturally, you are much slower. And you have to, there's some technical maneuvering. You have to, exhibit some level of skill in how you play to get through it. Later on, if you make a really strong build, your reward is that over time you no longer need to pay any attention to what you're doing, which in turn makes the grind much more tolerable, because you're not, like something Al Kaiser talked about before. I remember nobody wants to have to focus constantly for 8 hours a day when they're grinding. But it's okay if you have to focus a bit when the gameplay is much slower paced and you're in the campaign and the combat is meaningful. And it's almost like you really are playing two different games. And to me, like, that's kind of how it has to be. I don't really see an ARPG ever having both of those things at the exact same time. It has to be same place but not the same time, like different progression points of the build. I think the meaningful combat should be in campaign and endgame bosses. Endgame bosses, yeah, to a certain extent. But, some people complain about the fact that bossing at the highest level is a joke, and, you just one-tap a boss now as well. So at a certain point, at least in 0.3, there is no meaningful combat at the very end, at the highest level. You'd have to let players use full kits, but players' defenses can't keep up with monsters' offense, so we have to kill before we're killed. I don't really believe that. I don't really buy into the argument that... I know I've seen this argument a lot, where players are complaining about monsters. Monsters are too fast. Monsters, I get swarmed too easily. Kill or be killed. Like, there are a lot of tools at your disposal that can stop that. Quite often, one of the tools I use is freeze. I use the element freeze. Like, I deliberately go cold damage, so I'm freezing enemies. Or I use freeze skills. Like, Frozen Locust was a skill that I used back in 0.1 when everybody was complaining about dying all the time. I would use Frozen Locust, and then if I'm getting swarmed, Frozen Locust, everything's frozen. Like, I can spam it, so it doesn't even matter. Like, you have tools that you can maneuver around that. I don't see why, like, that's an integral part of an ARPG. If you're at a point in a progression where you're at your weakest, which, if you're an excellent player of an ARPG, your weakest point is the very beginning of the game, when the game is easiest for players who are bad at ARPGs, right? Because that's why, the slowest you ever see a racer go is in Act 1. That's when they're at their slowest and they look the weakest. Unless they're, like, really cutting corners, massively underleveled for those zones as they go or whatever, but yeah. Hey Glitch, thanks for rating the channel. Appreciate that, dude. Give you a shout out. If I can type it. We're talking PoE2 stuff. Conversations mostly around visual clarity. That's the sort of the very top end, and then it's umbrellaing out. After that, we've done some reactions and things, but it seems like visual clarity is one of the biggest issues people have with the game right now. Okay, I agree about the early game. Okay, PoE1 loot treadmill is made for speed, fast clearing. There's mostly drops of straight garbage. I was doing some campaign practice with grenades and eventually totems, couldn't see anything. Alright, well let me ask you, since you're the special raider here, if you have any time, what's your opinion about visual clarity, and what is your solution to it, if any? We've only been talking about this for like the past 3 hours. How many hours now? Yeah, 3 hours. Okay, it's awful. I'm gonna make a video on this topic. I'm taking player feedback. This is what I've written down so far. Potential talking points: power creep versus visual clarity. The original vision for PoE2 is a much slower, meaningful combat game. I think there's an interesting relationship between power creep and visual clarity that I've talked about a bit here. So long as your power creep out, maybe that's a good way of putting it. So long as your power creep always outscales the clarity, you're okay, because you can just kill your way through the muck. Okay, you don't have to actually see what's going on. But the second you really need to see what's going on, you're facing content that hard, then it becomes a serious problem. And PoE1 seemingly has because PoE1 is such an excessive power creeped game, visual clarity is much less of an issue in that game than it is in PoE2. But for a game that purports to be more about meaningful, slower combat, visual clarity becomes a lot more important. Death by reason. Oh god, a kill log. Skill transparency slider, like on Torchlight. Yeah, I think I wrote that down, right? Torchlight's a visual slide. In fact, yeah, these are kind of comments that you guys have said that reminded me of things that I might bring up. The fact that feeling like a god subverts visual clarity. I mean, that lines up with the power creep versus visual clarity point. I'm kind of revisiting all the feedback I got from this video. This was a video Off Meta Michael was reacting to a ridiculously high-end in-game footage farming video for a Twister build that I had in 0.3. And he was saying that the build I was running was literally unhealthy for the game because it's terribly unappealing for any but new player who would want to see it. They would be immediately turned off by what they see. This is the wrong direction of the game, etc., etc. You guys also forget that hundreds of thousands of players bought the game with the information they had from the presentation and showcases where combos, visual clarity, slow, methodical combos were present in these videos. That is a good point. See, I knew better than that because I've been around long enough to know that when developers showcase things, they're showing like the lowest common denominator. It is nowhere near the representation of what's possible at the high end. I especially know this to be true for PoE showcases. So I was always confident. I didn't get my expectations subverted because I never got led on to believe that it was really going to be about, rigorous, combo-oriented, Souls-like gameplay. Yeah. This build is what keeps me from not logging out. See, I mean, there are some people who say this footage, a build like this, invigorates me to keep playing, to strive towards, the insanity of what I'm seeing on the screen. And some people are like, that looks terrible. Why would I ever do that? Which is kind of what I was talking about when we were looking at...
The background here isn't even as fast as the build can go. It can go much, much faster, them out real quick. Like Val Spark, Val Fireball, Cast on Crit Discharge, all of them
Lightning
gone.
Warp.
So...
Lightning Warp Tornado Shot. You can't see anything. Can you... So, if you saw that, if that was the first thing you saw when somebody wanted to show you what PoE2 looks like, what would your guys' impression be? Or PoE in general? Would you be interested in playing a game that looked like that? Because to me, that showcase is a pretty good example of why making a new game was a good idea. And why the original vision existing the way it did was a pretty good bet. I mean, that even turned me off, and I'm in the middle of playing PoE1. People who want visual clarity play toned down builds. There's an option for everyone. As for our... or Azure, I guess. Yeah, well, what about the person who wants to have visual clarity and simultaneously wants to min-max a highly efficient build at the same time? Because that's kind of a lot of players. That's kind of a pretty big portion of the community. The point I'm making is you can't really have both of those things. Well, that might be the ultimate solution to the problems that if we exclude performance issues, a Torchlight-like visual slider might be what we need to do. Might be like one of the most important things that they could bring to 0.4. Yeah, well, okay, I mean, the video I want to make doesn't have to do with performance, but it's a side point. There's basically two overarching complaints about the game in its current state. One is visual clarity, the other is overall performance. And it seems like they are both linked, but in this case, if you're talking about visual slider, that delinks them. Have you ever looked at the PoE null effects showcase? No, I haven't. No, do you still enjoy PoE2? I haven't watched since release. Not sure what the consensus is now. Yeah. No, PoE2 is, I mean, the current PoE2 league is better than the current PoE1 league, I think. This is the first time I can say that, like, pretty definitively, in my opinion. So, like, 3.26 was more fun than 0.2. 3.25, maybe even, was more fun than 0.1. I'd say 0.1 was more fun because of, if nothing else, for the sheer brand newness, you know, the new car feeling, probably. But this time, yeah. I'm looking forward to 0.4 more than 3.28. Giga farm builds should be strong AF. Your gears and all other gigas cost shit should do the same. I don't get why some people have to QQ about what others are doing at the top end. Okay. Whoa, another raid from Jazzarus. What up, dude? I just saw you in a Talkative Try video. Jazzarus was one of the commenters. Well, you're going to love this comment. I'm doing basically what you do. I'm reacting. It's reaction day. I'm in the middle of devising a video that you're going to most definitely react to. We're going to talk about visual clarity as an issue and why it's basically an impossible problem to solve. Although it sounds like the Torchlight-like visual slider might be a solution to this. But to all your viewers, I'm basically putting together what will be a YouTube video talking about visual clarity and the issues that it has, and you know, talking a bit about the vision and how they're like going back on that, and how this is a problem that that's only going to get worse, especially in a game that has, you know, higher fidelity, more intensity of skill effect animations. We're using like Zizzarin's whatever Zizzarin's build this past league was as a prime example of You know, it's probably the least visually clear build he's ever played in his life, and it was on account of PoE2's animation system being, you know, just creating a much more vibrant intensity of spell animations that make it so you can't see what's going on. So that's like one thing that PoE1 doesn't really have. There are some skills in PoE1 that inherently create really bad visual clarity, like, I guess, like, you know, Spark. But it just seems to be worse. Even worse. Mathel's build? Oh, is this Twister build? The Twister build I was running is one of the worst builds ever that I've ever seen in terms of visual clarity. Right now I'm just kind of going over, revisiting some of the comments, because this was Michael, off meta Michael responded or reacted to my tripped out Twister build showcase footage that made it look like it was a PoE1 build. And he was talking about how it was unhealthy for the game, unattractive to newer players who would want to maybe be interested in the game, and how visual clarity was at the crux of the big issue. Spurred a huge amount of debate about it and commentary, and it was actually my reaction to his reaction, and this was ratioed with a still high like to dislike ratio, though. Comments, way more comments than likes, way more likes than dislikes, which is a very unusual result. In other words, it spurred a whole lot of commentary. So I think the community probably wants to hear more nuanced takes on the visual clarity issues and how we might be able to, I don't know, better diagnose it. Because I feel like some of the problems, again, people aren't looking at this through every lens imaginable. There's so many different variables that play into visual clarity issues. We were talking a minute ago about how in PoE1, visual clarity, one of the reasons why visual clarity isn't as big of an issue in PoE1 as it is in PoE2 is because in PoE1, you have much more of the full screen wide clearing builds. The game is easier to a certain extent. And because you can screen wide clear everything, you don't need your visual clarity to be high because there's no threat on your screen. And so if there's no threat on your screen, what does visual clarity matter? Nobody's going to complain about it. I know that there were a great many builds. You know, this is another thing I was thinking about. The Alva strat. You guys remember? This is more on the performance topic. You guys remember how performance on the Alva strat last league was such a major issue? It was so bad that people created a new build using a dumbed down skill gem just because it created fewer inputs to the server and was maybe better visual clarity as well. They used lightning arrow, a specific type of lightning arrow build, just to get by with that. That's a separate topic though, because that's actually about performance issues, which seems to be the other big issue people are having with the game right now. Here's a cool comment. I get that zooming is fun, but we have to all agree that PoE got out of hand a long time ago, right? That's the Chris Wilson argument. This is the argument he tried to make starting back in Expedition League. Like, we all went along with it because it's fun, but it introduced so many issues like visual clarity, balance issues, one-shot or be one-shot, etc. PoE2 was allegedly supposed to remain true to their vision of what PoE was supposed to be. A slower, more thought-out combat, which PoE used to be extremely early on. Back during the time when you could read the mods rare monsters have, stuff like that. Yeah, I can imagine. Actually reading rare monster modifiers. However, this isn't the game's problem, in my opinion. It's how we play it. We focus too much on currency per hour, zooming, being efficient, and that's how a lot of people choose to play. But you don't need to play that way. I certainly don't. Now, I actually agree with this. A lot of people hate this line of thinking. They see this as maybe like a loser's mentality or something. But I mean, it's true. This is what I was talking about. Like back in an era when content creation wasn't really a thing and online guides wasn't really a thing, at least not in a major way. In D2 era, The game was so much easier. There were way fewer monsters on the screen. Your builds were much weaker. The visual clarity was much better. And people loved it. They loved the games. They just loved it because nobody was trying to like be crazy efficient and out-farm currency per hour or whatever. But as the internet evolved, so did the social aspects, the social fabric of ARPG communities. Everybody started gravitating towards the competitive side of ARPGs, which are not inherently competitive, but they do have a competitive element. If you are aware, because you are plugged into the internet, if you are aware of some builds being better than others, you might feel a bit of FOMO about not having a better build, even though you're not directly competing with other people. You are indirectly, especially when factoring in Trade League. And so you may strive to stay plugged in with whatever is the meta. And you may choose to play a certain build, play that build a certain way, do certain strategies to try and push the limits of what you can do. And you may enjoy that kind of gameplay. I certainly did. I fed into that immediately, so much so that I produced that kind of content. But I also kind of lament the days when I was equally satisfied not knowing what I didn't know, right? About, the best way to farm Ist runes, or the best way to, make money through the whatever Act 4 farming in D2. Last thing he says is, I think PoE2 does a good job with build and balance. Fresh start. First character feels extremely punishing and difficult and slow. Like you say, when you level up invest power, you should be able to blast. This is the whole reason we need to play. We need resolution to that god complex, where we can become nearly unkillable and just demolish things instantly. People have different opinion about what constitutes feeling like a god. Most people might agree. Move fast, kill things instantly. Nothing is a threat. That might kind of fall under the category of feeling like a god for most people. One of the biggest problems when GGG thinks they need to balance monsters to compete with us at the level on those meta builds. Yeah, this is the byproduct of... I'm glad he finished with this. I think we talked about this a little earlier too. It's the byproduct of an evolving community of ARPG enjoyers. The developers literally adjust the difficulty levels of their games to account for the fact that a great many players are plugged into what the single best way to play the game is. They have to constantly nerf those things. They have to make monsters stronger to offset the heightened skill of the average player. They have to somehow try to balance a game around casual dads and try-hard Andes, which is honestly an impossible task, and I'm kind of glad I'm not a developer who would have to somehow do that. But, you got games like D4, which just... Diablo 4 is a good example of a developer community who was like, you know what? Fuck the try-hard Andes. Let's just cater to the casual dad. They are our audience. It'll make things a lot easier for us when developing the game, balancing the game, etc. They probably decided that. I know they probably had conversations in board meetings about that and made that decision ultimately sometime really early on in D4 days. And that's most companies, by the way. PoE GGG are in like a category of their own where they stay steadfast to their vision to some extent of trying to appeal to the most extreme enjoyers of ARPGs. Which is interesting, right? Because PoE2 was an endeavor to reach out to brand new players, which they weren't very good at. They were just looking at, 10, 15 years of PoE1 development. That's why I always had reservations about the new game, because I saw this as somewhat of a risk that the entire culture of the development team could shift over to a more D4-like culture, Blizzard culture, where, hey, let's shift away from trying to appeal to the most loyal fan base, try-hard fan base. Let's appeal to newer, more casual players. And if you're doing that, you're obviously diverting your attention. You can't appeal 100% to both categories at once. You have to like take some focus away from one group towards another, and somehow strike a balance between the two. They want there to be a huge top end so newer players have something to look up to. Yeah. Well, one of the solutions to this issue is, well, because it's like a tug of war, right? If you're a casual, you'll simultaneously, you would hope that the casual would, if they're plugged in and they're aware of what is being done at the top end of the super sweats, you're aware of what it is, and you're hoping that said casual walks away with a feeling of admonishment. They would say, oh, wow, that looks crazy. That doesn't look anything like the way I play the game. I wonder if I could do that. Maybe I can. Like, you're hoping that person walks away. But what invariably happens a lot of the times is said casual goes to Reddit and they said, what the fuck is this content? Like, what is this? Like, this is so stupid. This shouldn't exist. My build doesn't look anything like they have, instead of admonishment, they have resentment, right, against what they see. And the developers choose how to respond to that. One potential solution is lower the ceiling massively so that the tryhards and the sweats have way less incentive to, or not way less incentive, rather they have less capacity to make a super god tier build. Another solution to that is lower the ceiling on the difficulty, not the player's power, but not reducing player power, but reduce the difficulty of the game so much so that, you know, if you do the try hard crazy route, you just obliterate, one-shot everything so outrageously over the top that, I mean, it's just so much beyond the power you need. And that is actually one of the complaints that the tryhards have right now, is that the people who play the game the way I do were like, where's our pinnacle content? Where's our, what's the word? Can't remember the phrase. Where's the content that is actually difficult to do? Everything's so easy. Which is, in effect, a catering towards the casual, because the casual will have an easier time getting whatever build they're playing up to a level where they can do the most difficult content in the game, and this is at the expense of tryhards and sweats getting bored more quickly, so they have less to do. You can't. This is what I mean when you say you can't actually appeal to both evenly at maximum capacity. There's always has to be some sort of balance struck, and there's only so many different solutions that can work into this. I don't think I'm going to talk about this in the video because it's not about visual clarity, but this is kind of a side topic. But this is one of the issues that I'm afraid of, is that we already have, you know, a game that caters to casuals. They're a dime a dozen. If any ARPG game out there, every single one of them caters to, almost every single one of them caters to casuals more than tryhards anyway. Where are the tryhards expected to go and get, you know, maximum enjoyment out of a game that allows them to sink in a bunch of time and effort and currency and feel that very long progression curve upward to get the most out of the game? Where are we to go if not PoE? That's why, you know, anyone who's in my seat looks at everything that's happening and is kind of biting their nails a little bit at the direction of the game, hoping that it doesn't go that way. But I personally also want a game that is slower paced, more meaningful combat. I don't see that as like a deviation from access to the godlike powers. I just see that as more of a, if anything, a longer progression curve, where I would actually have more enjoyment for a longer period of time, until at which point I would reach the high point. But that comes at the expense of the casual, who would also see the pinnacle build and see it being an impossibility to actually play enough, invest enough currency to do that. Okay, I mean, that's so in PoE1 terms, we're talking about like mirror tier builds. Imagine being a casual who watches a mirror tier build, and then you learn after the fact that, oh, this build costs a mirror. Blah, 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 let me check. Well, what's a mirror worth? Oh, it's worth like 800 divines. What's a divine worth? Oh, it's worth 200 chaos orbs. I only have 17 chaos orbs. How long would I have to play to be able to access that? So, you know, some people will look at that scenario and be like, looks like I don't like the way this game is. You know, some people would say that, and maybe they complain on Reddit, or maybe they just quit, or maybe they actually reconcile the fact that the game's not necessarily made specifically for them, and that they just say, okay, maybe I'll just, like some people in the chat here, and said, okay, I guess I don't have to play the strongest build. And maybe I'm okay with that. Some might resort to SSF, yeah, because they want a different type of play style. It's not possible because some people play 10 hours a day and some people play 5 hours a week, yeah. What's this person say? It's interesting because I think we all agree this isn't the game we were promised, but here we are. Do you think changing it by half through will make it feel better? I just mean the people currently enjoying it will have less fun, and I'm not sure the people who already quit are the target audience. People already quit. If you'd never played PoE and came across this video, it would turn you off, but in reality, what are the chances somebody just looking for gameplay comes across your video? That's a good point too. Like, this is, why would somebody necessarily watch a video of a tripped out super high-end build as the first showcase of combat that they see for that build? I mean that would be a kind of unfortunate, right? Like, you wouldn't really want that. 2 months after League launch and 2,000 divines later, I don't think it's happening. There were some people in my comments, either here or on Twitch, that said they showed their IRL friend or somebody they're interested in wanting to play the game, somebody who thought that the build showcase I did looked really appealing because they already play the game and they have some sense of what it is and some sense of what it would take to do that. They show it to somebody without any other context, and their friend is turned off by it. They're like, yes, I actually was turned off by this. And say, well, my friend was turned off by this. They can't even tell what's going on. So I think this was off Meta Michael's best point of the video, is that the natural instinctive response to seeing a video of a super high-end PoE build is to be turned off. The only way you're not turned off is if you have some sort of reference point. You've either already played the game or you've seen many other videos of escalating, power, so you can have some reference from that. But if you're instantly seeing, the cluster F that is a zero visual clarity, tripped out, super giga fast moving build, well, you might as well be watching a phone game. Okay, I might as well be scrolling through Facebook and, oh, here's the newest phone game that came out, and just seeing that. Like, I'm not the least bit intrigued by that. King Congo, what's up, my dude? How's it going? A lot of coming back to streaming PoE2. Yapping Edition has brought a lot of streamers into my chat. Wow. We were talking about you earlier. I said King Conqueror, he's so good at the game, he even made Melee look like it had no visual clarity. I said, that's impressive. I'm going to make a video about visual clarity at some point. With certain topic points. I see Snoo. I click, and there you go. Nice. That's what I want to hear. Visual clarity does suck no matter what build you are running. No one likes Delirium Fog, and Delirium and Abyss are terrible. This should be fixed. That only addresses one of the problems, which is the environment, Delirium and monsters. Okay, there's other components to visual clarity. One is almost PoE2 specific. The player effects. Again, like the Zizzarin's build in 0.3 was a great example of this. Something you're not dealing with in PoE1, where they have all these brand new excessive animations that they're bringing out into the game, makes the visual clarity garbage. And then build scaling through AoE, attack speed, etc. Top-end builds will always break the game. I think I actually move faster on my Lightning Warp Mage. And Deadeye is also close to that. Everyone wants to feel fast. True. And the fun part is breaking the game. Not true, yeah. Nothing they can really do will stop people from doing that. Nothing they can do will stop people from min-maxing to a certain extent. That's right. Nerfed my Temporalis Blink in Season 1. Okay, here's Rake Spam. Yeah, or the animation cancels. For sure. I like the way this guy talks here. Nerfed after 2. Okay, now I have Blood, Mage, Warp, and Deadeye. Going to change that, we'll do something else. That's absolutely right. The power curve needs to be addressed, and I'm never in favor of simply cutting it down. Okay, Chris Wilson wouldn't like that response. You want to hinder the people still blasting to cater to people that quit after a week or two? Nah. No, but we just they have analysts for that. That's probably not true. What he's implying here. We just need to slowly and systematically bring up the worst skills every league to even it out. Well, okay, I mean, the problem with the solution is great short-term solution, bad long-term solution. If you're just gonna make the game, if you do nothing but tweak numbers upward, well, you're just gonna turn the game into a pinata loot fest. Again, you're gonna. We're just gonna do this, all right, guys. This could be. This right here could be PoE2 in like less than a year. What do you guys think? About 3 more patch cycles? I mean, this is only a little bit faster than Temporalis in 0.1 actually. But that was obviously a mistake. That was a mistake on there. They didn't mean to do that, I guess. PoE2 is already this fast. I mean, it kind of... Not this fast. This is psycho fast. This was so fast it didn't even appeal to me. This is like... highest breakpoint D2 Sorceress teleport spam. And while you're teleporting, you're also casting your most powerful ability at the same time. Nah, dude. Grimmo looks so happy. Anime Princess also in here? You're the fifth. Alright, the fifth Path of Exile streamer in this stream today. What up, dude? You guys must be hungry for content. Maybe I'm the only one streaming right now. I'm famous, yeah. I wasn't famous yesterday when I was streaming AoE2. I lost all my views. I only watch tourist streams. Oh my god. Oh no. What if I just like stop right now and change to Age of Empires 2? You would all stay, right? For sure. I'm never in favor of simply cutting it down. You want to hinder that? Okay, yeah, efficiency. It's a huge deal in any game, with currency drops being sort of rare and usable T5 gear being non-existent. Yeah, this is kind of stupid now. Non-existent T5 gear. Or wait, and usable T5 being non-existent. Yeah, usable. Right. So on this Talkative Try video, which King Conger was in, actually, nobody mentioned crafting, like changes. I thought that one of the responses to crafting, first of all, in 0.2, people said crafting was actually like the #1 issue people had in 0.2. one of the very top ones. Issue of crafting being in a terrible state. 0.3, crafting got changed so much that either people weren't really commenting about it, or they were saying it's too good, it's too much, it's way too easy to craft, nearly perfect items. But nobody complained about it in that video. But this did completely obliterate like the tier 5 dropped rares. Like, you don't make an item through tier 5 dropped rares, you make it through normal. You purchase a bunch of normal bases off trade, you transmute and augment, perfect transmute, perfect augment, and then you essence slam it, and then you start going through the process of the harder things. You may need to use omens and use essence of abyss on it, and omens prefix only, blah blah blah. And anyway, that's how you craft items now in the current state of the game. And you would almost never use a tiered rare. Spoiler alert, next season we are all going to min-max build and still have problems. Yeah, that's not much of a spoiler. True. Wait, what did you think all the juices doing juice maps? This commenter is right along the lines of what I was talking about before. He says, I absolutely will not make my own builds. Why? Because of the specialized math needed to make a build. So long as there are streamers, I will follow. Here's an example of how the community, the culture, the internet culture has, warped the minds of players that can't enjoy games now unless they are, absolutely plugged in to the most min-maxed possible way to play the game. I'm exactly the opposite of it. If it's popular, I don't do it. I'm basically I'm the dark horse in all of this. I love playing off meta builds that are actually more powerful than meta builds. That is peak gameplay for me, or at least on par with meta builds. Which is why I loved playing Twister, and the fact that a part of me loves the fact that it wasn't popular, so that I could just come out of left field and be like, hey, check this out. Like, what? Like double take. But also, min-max it, the big Jesus out of it. But it requires a lot of work on my end to do that. You're playing a build no one else does? Well, the only reason my builds aren't played is because I'm unpopular. Okay? If everybody was playing build based on the merit, everybody would be playing my build. For sure. Definitely. 4K max fizz hit and all. What else do we have here? Okay. All these opinions on how you should play the game. You can play the game in the way you want. Some prefer slow, nobody prefers slow. I'm sorry, nobody prefers slow. Raise your hand in chat if you prefer to play the game. He's not even talking about like I wish the game was slower paced. He's saying I prefer to play it slowly, not quickly. Does anybody in here prefer to play the game slowly? Remember, speed is relative to what is possible in the game. This is an outright admission that you prefer to play the game slower than it needs to be played. I probably gave him a heart because I only read the first half of it. You play the game the way you want to play, which, okay. I like that. I'm getting Druid no matter how bad it may be. Dude, what? Alright, to all of you in the chat who cannot stomach the idea of playing anything but a min-maxed meta build. What? But also interested in playing Druid. What if Druid sucks in terms of speed and farming efficiency? Are you going to play Druid anyway? I'm presenting a worst case scenario to you right now. You're hype about the Druid, but it ends up being really bad. At least in terms of speed farming clear. 2 content creators commit. Yes, I'm going to hold you guys accountable. I'm going to visit you a month from now and be like, so are you playing Druid? If you're not playing Druid, I'm going to remind you of this. I should screenshot it right now. Should clip it. Clip it. It could be worse than Season 1 Dracula for all I care. Whoa. Jazzer's all in. Apparently, Talkative Try hacked Jazzer's computer. He's that hyped for it. Okay. Alright, well. Now we know where a couple of you are. The main problem here is visual clarity. I agree that PoE2 looks like an arcade free mobile game. That was some of the language Michael was using. Why do they bother creating such an incredible art if they won't manage to have decent clarity? I mean, D4 nailed the visual clarity and still blasting the screen. Alright, I need your guys' input on this, since I'm a little bit hazy on D4. Somebody said this earlier. Diablo 4 apparently has good visual clarity and allows you to feel like a god. I said earlier you can't really have both of those things at the same time. So how did they achieve that? It seems like an impossible thing. D4 is not satisfying? Why? Let's boil it down all the way down to combat. Just combat. Because all I see is numbers. Well, numbers attribute to worse visual clarity. If numbers are clogging up your screen, then it's visually unclear. That's screen clutter. Builds are simpler and there are less monsters on the screen. There are less monsters on the screen. Alright, so that is a contributing factor to increasing build clarity. Visual clarity. Environment, delirium, monsters. Reduce that, you have heightened visual clarity. I get that D4 has issues of like progression and it's like over in 3 days or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a snapshot in time when you are, I guess you're just crushing the content and it's easy, and it's easy to tell what's going on at the same time. Am I being gaslit here? Was D4 actually visually clear? I don't remember it being particularly clear visually. I do, in the campaign. I guess I do back in the first iteration of the game. I stopped playing the game in vanilla. Alright, so much less monsters. Okay. D4 has visual clarity and godlike build feeling, but fewer because of way fewer monsters. I don't know if I'll make a comment there, but possibly. I don't want to talk about power. I just want to be aware of WTF is going on in the effing screen, man. Blizzard has always been excellent visual clarity as opposed to being in Act 3 and wondering why I'm taking damage. It's a fire hazard underneath the shrubbery on the... I like that. The ground effects obviously are an issue too. Actually, that would be ground effects. This category. Can't forget about that. So these are the people that took away my self-cursed headhunter back in Ritual League. What? Oh, we got a King Kongor viewer here. I got 2 takes. I think it's pretty cool that you're able to pull this off. However, I've tried everything in the game. I just like Mace's Warriors the most. It's what I have the most amount of fun on. I'm not a fan that if you want to be able to do anything remotely close to this, you can't do it on Mace's to this degree. Okay, I take it back. He's not a King Kongor viewer, because if he was, he would know that Warriors and Maces can full clear screens. So if Spear, Lament builds, LA builds can be this efficient, the same should be available on other weapons like swords. Haha. With the same effort, currency, theory, craft involving. I don't know. That's a bit of a side topic. That's interesting, though. I feel like this is just a roundabout way of saying melee bad. And why is melee always bad? It's basically what he's saying. Melee can never reach the clearing efficiency or whatever. You know a game, an ARPG game, that had excellent melee clear? It's called Diablo 3. Whirlwind Sprint Barb Vanilla. Inferno mode. Nothing beat that. Well, I take it back. Demon Hunters could beat it, but they would die instantly in Inferno mode. It was too hard to survive for them. I played Whirlwind Sprint Barb in D3. Melee build. But, I mean, you know, it's spin to win, so different. I guess it's a little different category. Is spin to win really melee build? I don't know. Again, I think it's awesome you created this, but it just looks like pixels vomiting all over the screen. Even if I had 1,000 divines to make any build I want, I would steer very clear away from this one because it just looks bad to me. To be fair, this was like the worst looking version of the build, doing it on Confluence with a bunch of lag, stream lag, and then, yeah. But Lightning Arrow, Lightning Spear, and Spark do the exact same thing while just holding down one button. Okay, there's a different point in the video. Oh, and then we have players like this, SSF Andes. I mean, it's all about the gap it creates with average builds. I don't mind this as I'm an SSF player, but if the game gets balanced around those high-end builds, it's basically going to kill the game for me. I personally don't care if the game gets killed for SSF players because it's being balanced around trade. I thought that was the whole point of their stance on SSF, is that it should never ever in any way, shape, or form get in the way of how they create and or balance the game at its core in Trade League. Kind of a ruthless take, but that is my take. To each their own. Do you think the game is better for being balanced around trade? Yes. I will never, ever side with SSF because the worst experience I ever had from, in terms of like a change, a core integral change to the game, that the developers made a decision. That was the worst decision I've ever seen made for any game in the history of ARPGs, was in Diablo 3 when they removed trade from the game. Both the real money auction house, which I did not care about, but also the gold auction house, removing both of them and then normalizing the game. They converted the game from a trade-based game to an SSF-based game. On a technicality, it was still a trade game. You can only trade with players that you're playing with. Not really a trade game. And they normalized the loot drops around that, basically 20x'd the drop rate of everything. And it just ruined the game for me completely. It's not the game I wanted to play. And ever since that time, I knew with absolute certainty that I am a trade enjoyer. because of how that made me feel. So I don't see I don't see myself ever going back on that. I really enjoyed dropping something. I enjoyed killing hordes of enemies all day long, and then eventually, out of the blue, you drop one thing, and it happens to be worth a huge amount. It does nothing for your build. Go to trade, find out it's worth a crazy high amount, huge dopamine rush, and then spend a few minutes, a few days, a few hours, even in PoE2 fucking community channels or whatever, when it was at highest levels of friction for trade. I loved that. I loved doing that. That's how I got into the love of ARPGs. Oh my god, I dropped an Ist rune off of the Countess, first one ever, and then just spam in the trade. Ist rune for trade, want to trade Ist rune for blah, 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 blah. I loved that. I'm a different breed, I guess, but I mean, I just loved it. Obviously, I like, the new trade advancements, asynchronous trade and stuff now, but, that's where I came from. That was my roots. I absolutely loved trade with any and all friction that it came with. Even its earliest integrations. I cannot separate the ARPG genre from trade. To me, it is an integral aspect of trade. Trade is an integral aspect of the ARPG genre in my mind. They cannot be separated. Might as well be a different genre entirely. There's barely any interactions with players now in PoE 1 and 2. No, the interactions got changed. There's more community involvement than ever in these games. It's done through streamers. It's done through Reddit. It's done through guides, build guides, and all that stuff. It's done through YouTube videos. Everybody's more plugged in than ever as a community. It used to be random chat channels and the occasional partnering team up in, bail runs or whatever, 8-man party bail. It used to be that kind of thing. And yeah, if you're somebody who really likes playing in a group and you have a really hard time finding other players to play with, you could lament that, I guess. But I don't really. I always preferred to play alone anyway. I feel blessed at the fact that, part of the reason why I became a streamer, maybe unwittingly, is so I could hang on to some aspects of the community side while also being able to just play alone and not have to deal with catering to anyone else's, what kind of maps do you want to play, or how do you want to split the loot, or how do, all of that massive amount of baggage that comes with trying to play with other players. I don't have to deal with any of it, while also getting to maintain the social aspects of an ARPG, the things that I liked as well about it. It's like the question that you get asked a lot in classes: do you prefer to travel alone or do you prefer to travel with other people? A lot of people prefer to travel alone. They don't have to deal with managing anything beyond what they themselves want to do. Maximum amount of freedom, They travel alone, spend all the time on the phone. Like in the social media. They need to balance content better, not build. Almost all content requires you to be fast. Requires you to be fast. I mean, Breach kind of does, the way it's balanced. Then again, not really, though. Because, you can be slow on a Breach, still get something out of it. I actually think, if anything, Breach is balanced around somebody being fairly slow. Because late in the game, when you, breaches actually start to outperform Abyss, practically. Because if you can, open a breach and, fully clear it, you get a lot of loot out of it. Here's a good comment. I think the only problem of wanting people to be creators is the amount of time investment to test and experiment. Most people don't have enough time to spend 100 hours farming maps a week. Making a build successful often requires very top tier mods, and those get hard to acquire with timely fashion as it currently sits. Most players don't play the game for a living. We spend an hour or two studying and reviewing a build as we play it, or weeks to craft one. True. We're missing one ranger in before Warden Ascendancy. Dude, what if they... Oh, man. You know, probably the only thing that would cause me to not play Druid next league, beyond the Ascendancy just looking like trash, would be... What if they drop the Warden Ascendancy at the same time? What if they do that? I'm going to be really torn. What if they drop Tincture and Warden? Oh, man. Not Tincture, I don't know. Knowing them, they probably will drop it like 1 for 1. Hey, here's a Warden Ascendancy. It does all the same things it does in PoE1. Because we're too lazy to actually design brand new Ascendancies and everything. And the one time we did the Druid, it took us like 3 leagues. I think they wanted to release it in 0.2 originally. I know Catmaster said he tested it like, what was it, like 5 years ago? He tested Druid. Seriously, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. He tested it in Germany. They had it playable. It was right after ExileCon. What year was ExileCon again? I was watching on YouTube, thought I'd jump in here. One thing that might be worth considering is the lack face tankable builds, meaning players cannot play Quinn levels of visual clarity even if they wanted to. So if you're on a ZDPS build, do you actually have better visual clarity? Because I would have thought you'd have worse, because you're not removing the monster clutter, environmental clutter on your screen in a timely manner. It's just piling up massive amounts of extra clutter. It matters less because you face tank everything, but can you even see? Or maybe that's what you're saying. When the most of PoE2's visual clarity is a monster. Hello, I logged in the game today and froze again. The crash where the driver reloads. Is there a fix for this? Maybe somebody in chat knows. I don't know. All right, here's another take. This is not really a take I agree with. Well, it depends on how you word it. Let me see. The biggest problem is not builds. The truth has been known since 0.1, which is that the devs are making character power for PoE2, but they leave monsters at PoE1 level power. I honestly don't know how people play Melee in PoE2 despite GGG trying to make Melee better in PoE2. Also, I've been playing Witch Hunter and I'm not quite at your speed, but probably like 2/3 of it, and it's been super fun. The devs are making character power for PoE2. So this is the argument that, like, you get surrounded in PoE2 and you can't fight your way out of it. That if you try to face tank anything, you just die. G Mank says, replied, says, change your driver to Vulcan and crash to stop. Alright, give that a try. Delirium Fog is another... I can't, in good faith, make this video without talking about Delirium Fog, I see. What is it? This kind of build undermines any sense of competitiveness in the game because it renders every other build completely worthless. Holy. Good. Scrubs shouldn't complete. I want to compete but not use the best possible build. You don't want to compete. Equal, you don't want to compete. You want to force other people to slow down to your level. Next comment. I mean, why are you trying to be competitive in a PoE game? I'm sorry, but it's an extremely silly argument. Play what you find fun and stop hand-wringing over wanting to be competitive. Literally, just play whatever build is fun for you. You'll be fine, I guarantee it. Yeah, and a lot of people don't really feel this way, though. Myself included. To a certain extent, yeah. Like, if somebody made a build that is faster than the build I'm playing, but it's with, like, a least appealing archetype for me, which would be, well, ironically, it would probably be a strength int hybrid, like a Inquisitor build, alright? Like a real Inquisitor build. You know? I probably wouldn't be that interested in playing it. Because it's, like, the opposite archetype I want to play. What is the competition? There's no currency or DPS ladder. The whole economy resets every 4 months. Why? Does it matter if some other build is more efficient than yours? All that means is they will finish their character before you and quit the game early. So many comments. This video had so many comments. Yeah, I think I'm about to head out and get some dinner. But I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about, I wanted to react to Talkative Try's video, the massive community feedback on what GG needs to do. The topic of visual clarity came up again. I wanted to revisit some of the comments on the Off Meta Michael video, looking at my thing. That you guys can see that on my YouTube channel. It wasn't too far back. And yeah, I guess I'll bring it up here. I'll link it in Twitch at least. Can find it. There we go. Yeah, alright. So, just to recap, the main purpose of this stream was I'm planning to make a video giving, I don't know, a more nuanced take, not just a visceral gut reaction of some of the comments on issues of, you know, the video I build, but focusing more on visual clarity. I'm noticing that a common denominator seems to be perhaps the #1 biggest complaint right now in the current state of the game. See, it's a toss-up between that or pure performance issues, which seem to be somewhat related. And it's kind of a problem I don't see really getting solved based on how GGG is currently designing their game. I think between the abandonment of the original vision, which was to reduce the amount of clutter indirectly, having fewer monsters on the screen, more meaningful combat, more telegraph, viewable, readable attacks, the abandonment of that over time, okay, because that would have went a long ways to improving visual clarity, obviously. That combined with being a brand new game and them going absolutely crazy with the new skill effect animations, again using the Zizzarin's League starter. This league is a prime example of this, a cluster bomber or whatever it was. It made it almost hurt your eyes to even view. Several other builds, mine included Twister. The scalability of that, that's just kind of has a naturally negative impact on visual clarity. For a game that wants players to feel like a god, how are you going to reconcile allowing players to scale up all this cool, crazy animations, huge amount of density on monsters with, more intense fidelity on environment that may or may not help or even make things worse, combined with PoE's iconic massive scalability in terms of speed, AoE, cast speed, cooldown, between the passives, the skills, the supports, all the crazy amount of the currency investment that you can put into it to make yourself feel like a god who's moving as fast as Grimro on a lightning warp tornado shot character, how are you possibly going to make the game visually clear? It's an impossible task, really. And so the only potential realistic solution I'm seeing here is what was brought up about the, like, Torchlight has a visual effect slider where we're either going to have to like purchase MTXs that dumb down our animations dramatically, or we're going to have in something like that installed with a visual effect slider. It's the only thing that we can really do to offset all of these factors coming together. And then I'll probably have some sort of commentary in there about why this isn't nearly as big of a problem in PoE1, which is that the game is more solved, easier overall. Visual issues of visual clarity don't really even come to matter so much when you are utterly deleting screens right from the get-go as early as the campaign, which is currently the case in PoE1. You don't really care if you have good or bad visual clarity because one of the 3 major variables of visual clarity is the environment. And if you're killing all the monsters instantly anyway, then you've removed one entire category of things that create the visual clutter in the first place. And then you're also not in any danger anyway, so it doesn't matter regardless. So there's a few talking points that I think I want to make about this video. Do you guys have anything else you think I should include beyond kind of what you just sort of things you see here? This is potential timestamps. I'm not really sure exactly how I'll orient the game. I wanted your guys' feedback though. On that's why I streamed this particular thing the way I did today. Anything you think I'm like completely overlooking, especially? Like the best thing that I got out of coming online today was the I wasn't even aware of like a visual effects slider that Torchlight has. That does sound like a legitimate solution, potentially. Except for not for performance, but for visual clarity. Identifiable threats. Why do you think they need to abandon their original vision? Well, the argument, I don't think they do, but the argument goes something like the players have spoken. They don't want the game to. They don't want their power creep scaled back. They don't want monster creep and density scaled back. They want the excesses of PoE1 to continue. If anything, become more and more and more, and nobody's. The players don't have the discipline necessary or the wherewithal, in my opinion, the wherewithal to know what happens to a game where you let the excesses run wild. Chris Wilson knew what that would look like in the end, but it doesn't seem to bother the players much. As a whole, as a monolith. I mean, that's the reason why Chris Wilson quit, or at least a big part of why he did, presumably. If he's actually going to link up with David Brevet and create a brand new ARPG, I don't believe he quit because he wanted to retire. I believe he quit because he didn't like the direction of the game that he was in charge of and couldn't fight back enough the predations of more. And so I guess he's going to start from scratch again. Tower changes having mixed review early in 0.3. I'm not making a video about towers. I assume they're changing it in a pretty big way again in 0.4. Maybe even removing them. It's hard to know. I don't think GGG or Chris has stated that publicly. No, I'm just taking in the variables and making I'm deducing the reasoning based on what I've seen him do since he left. If he had not made a YouTube channel, if he had not said he was starting to make a new ARPG, I would have assumed that he quit because he simply wanted to sail into the sunset and maybe never return. And that's what he truly wanted. But because he intends on making a new ARPG with David Brevet, and for him to give up his love child of PoE1, I mean, that, you know, it had to be something. At the very least, had to be like the politics of the executives You know, losing the company to Tencent or something. I don't know what it was. It could be a wide variety of things, but I assume at the very least we have tons and tons of footage of interviews of him pushing back against the narrative of it being bad anytime that GGG ever nerfs builds, characters, scales back the power as a whole. This all started back in Expedition. This all blew out to the Open and Expedition League, and it continued to froth and bubble over for the following 3 or 4 leagues to the point where they just stopped communicating with the community on the whole, especially on Reddit. No more podcasts, no more interviews, no more hardly anything. I said this earlier. Ruthless was a feeble attempt to get the players to show the players what the real vision of PoE and or PoE2 would look like. It did not grab hold for a variety of reasons. PoE2's being in part a creation of a game and for the reason of scaling back power creep in a massive way, restarting the game was a last-ditch effort to, I suspect, was a last-ditch effort on Chris Wilson's behalf to try and to reset the power, bring it all back into a more controllable fashion, more meaningful combat, as it were, the original vision. Then that got abandoned real quick, as we could see. Part of that because beta, and you don't know. I mean, things are going to go wacky on a beta anyway. But you know, all indicators of feedback pointed to that anyway. Topic: players' ability to react what's on screen. If you can see what's coming but don't have the time to react, it's still an L. Players' ability to react what's on screen. So that still goes into things like player effects or the player side visual clarity things, being like player speed. If you're so fast, you can, again, you know. Natural player reaction speed can barely even control this character. He's trying to maneuver this through strand map. He's only looking at the mini map. The only reason he's okay in doing this is because he also has so much power that it just instantly kills every single enemy. But if he was trying to do this and wasn't one-shotting enemies, this would be impossible to play this build. And that's an old Lightning Orb Tornado Shot build, which we also looked at multiple times on this stream. The 4chan guy suggested something similar in old posts. I think I remember something about that, but I can't remember. Really. Alright guys, that's going to be it for me. Where are we going? There were so many streamers in here earlier. Is anybody streaming now? Who do we got? Who do we got? Who we got? The King Kongor. Timed his live stream on purpose, didn't he? Okay. Hmm. All right. I'll give Mr. King Kongor another raid. Why not? Mr. Shishu, hi, what's going on? Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, a little late. We're heading out for the day. It was a nice little stream. I got a little bit better input, a little more solid understanding about what I want to talk about in this video. Probably not going to release it until the day or two before the next reveal, the 8th. But I'll probably release it on like the 5th or 6th or something. So at least a week from now. But I want to go ahead and get that video made at some point here. Save me time. Alright guys, enjoy King Congo. See you next time on YouTube. Signing out for now. Might be on tomorrow. Probably doing something. We'll see.